A New Year's Eve revelation, family traditions, and holiday cheer. The Avery home was aglow with an almost magical vibrance that only the holiday season could conjure. Every year, without fail, the family donned their matching Rudolph sweaters, a quirky, endearing tradition that never failed to elicit both laughter and affectionate eye rolls. Tonight, the living room was transformed into a festive wonderland. Twinkling string lights draped along the mantel, a bright sparkling tree standing sentinel in the corner, and cheerful holiday music filling every nook and cranny, as Charlotte stepped into the living room. Her eyes widened at the sight before her. Her family, wrapped in red and green, gathered around the coffee table with mugs of hot cocoa steaming gently in their hands. Her mother's laughter rang clear as she teased, "Oh, look at you all. Rudolph would be proud." Her father, with a mischievous glint in his eye, added, "You know, these sweaters are the only time we all look like a matching set. An oddly wonderful family portrait." The banter was playful, light, and unmistakably genuine, a stark contrast to the heaviness that had clung to Charlotte's heart in recent days. In one corner, her younger sibling mimicked the jolly expressions of Santa, while her aunt and uncle exchanged knowing smiles at the absurdity of it all. Every face in the room shone with warmth and a hint of nostalgia, a living reminder of simpler times. For a moment, Charlotte allowed herself to be swept away by the contagious holiday cheer, the scent of cinnamon and pine, the soft murmur of shared memories, and the gentle hum of festive tunes in the background. Yet, even amid the buoyant celebration, there was an undercurrent of something more. As she made her way to the family couch, wrapped in the comforting embrace of tradition, Charlotte couldn't help but feel a subtle tug of melancholy. The tradition was beautiful, yes, but it also served as a reminder of how much had changed over the years. The same laughter that once comforted her now echoed in a space where she felt, at times, isolated by the unresolved complexities of her own heart. And despite the joy, there lingered a secret ache, a question of whether the holiday magic could mend what was quietly fraying inside her. Still, the Avery family had a way of weaving their love into every moment, turning even the simplest acts into rituals of belonging. Her mother's hands, weathered yet tender, passed around freshly baked cookies, each one decorated with little red noses to mimic Rudolph's, and as they bit into the treats, a shared sparkle of mischief lit their eyes. "Remember when we'd fight over the last cookie?" her mother recalled, prompting a chorus of giggles and playful jabs among relatives. It was in these small, imperfect moments that Charlotte found solace. The imperfections made the tradition real, tangible, and achingly human. Her father, ever the gentle authority, gathered everyone in a circle for a toast. "To family," he declared, raising his glass high, "and to the love that binds us even when life gets a little wild." The room burst into cheers and clinking glasses, and for a fleeting heartbeat, Charlotte allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, love was simple after all. The glow of the room, the laughter that bubbled up like effervescent joy, and the way her family's eyes shone with hope. It all seemed to whisper that no matter what storms lay beyond the walls of the Avery home, here was a haven where she was unconditionally cherished. As the evening wore on, the playful banter continued. Her cousin joked about the sweaters being so bright that they could guide Santa's sleigh, while another relative teased, "We might just light up the whole block tonight." Amid the laughter, Charlotte found herself smiling more freely than she had in weeks, momentarily shedding the weight of her internal battles. The tradition, with all its quirky charm, was a reminder that even in the darkest times, the light of family could be a guiding beacon. Yet, beneath the cheerful surface, Charlotte's mind drifted. She thought about the past year, the moments of triumph and the crushing disappointments, and wondered if this holiday, marked by the unity of her loved ones, might also signal a turning point in her own life. The festive atmosphere was both a balm and a provocation, urging her to confront the pain of her heart while also daring her to dream of new beginnings. In that moment, surrounded by the warmth of her family and the comforting chaos of holiday traditions, Charlotte silently resolved to embrace the complexities of her emotions. Maybe the laughter, the light, and the simple act of sharing a quirky sweater with her loved ones could pave the way for healing. Amid the radiant glow of holiday cheer, she felt a spark of hope, an inkling that even the deepest wounds could one day mend, bathed in the soft, forgiving light of a new dawn. Archer's discomfort was palpable the moment the holiday costumes came into view. In the bright, bustling foyer, his father's face darkened as he caught sight of the gaudy, matching Rudolph sweaters. His jaw tightened, and an icy glare passed between him and Archer, a silent exchange loaded with disapproval and past disappointments. Archer's eyes, usually so confident and warm, flickered with tension. The festive cheer around them felt abruptly foreign, as if the soft glow of holiday lights had become intrusive spotlighting on their unspoken conflict. Charlotte, standing quietly to the side, felt her heart twist as she watched this exchange. She had always admired the way Archer's smile could light up a room, but now that smile was hidden beneath a furrowed brow and guarded silence. The atmosphere, once brimming with jovial holiday banter, now crackled with an undercurrent of strife. In that moment, every burst of laughter and every twinkling ornament seemed to underscore the distance between father and son. Her thoughts spiraled. Was it merely a clash over silly costumes, or did it mirror deeper unresolved issues? Charlotte's mind raced with questions about loyalty and expectation. She recalled whispers of disapproval that had haunted Archer's past, the silent critiques that had once left him isolated. Now, as she observed his discomfort, a familiar pang of insecurity took hold. She wondered if this tension meant that Archer, too, felt unworthy of the love and acceptance that the festive night promised. In the background, soft strains of holiday music attempted to reclaim the space, but the melody only deepened the emotional void. Charlotte's internal conflict grew. She wanted to cling to the warmth and unity of the celebration, yet the cold friction between Archer and his father reminded her of the fragility of their carefully constructed world. As she watched Archer's retreating gaze, she silently vowed to remain strong, even as her heart ached with the fear that their past grievances might resurface and shatter the delicate balance they had fought so hard to maintain. The banquet hall shimmered under a cascade of soft golden lights, its grandeur softened by the gentle hum of conversation and laughter. Formal attire graced every attendee, women in elegant gowns and men in impeccably tailored tuxedos, all gathered under the banner of charity and celebration. Yet amidst the polished decor and refined air, an undercurrent of intimacy quietly pulsed between Charlotte and Archer. Charlotte, her dress a deep forest green that complemented the subtle sparkle of her jewelry, moved gracefully among the guests. Despite the formal facade, her eyes often wandered to where Archer stood at the edge of the room. His presence was magnetic even in his suit, a dark, well-fitted ensemble that accentuated the rugged lines of his face and the quiet strength in his gaze. Their glances met fleetingly, charged with unspoken understanding that contrasted sharply with the reserved elegance surrounding them. As the evening unfolded, the clinking of champagne glasses and the soft strains of a live band filled the air, creating a romantic soundtrack to the formal proceedings. Charlotte found herself caught between the decorum expected at the banquet and the raw, unfiltered emotions simmering beneath the surface. Every time Archer's eyes met hers, the world around seemed to blur. The glittering chandeliers and opulent table settings fading into a soft haze. In those moments, the banquet's formality became nothing more than a backdrop for their private exchange. Archer, too, appeared to be wrestling with the weight of the occasion. While he mingled with colleagues and listened to speeches about community and hope, his focus was constantly drawn to Charlotte. His usually guarded expression softened whenever their eyes locked. In the midst of courteous handshakes and polite small talk, he offered her subtle smiles and gentle nods that spoke volumes. It was as if, for a few stolen seconds, the polished veneer of the night was stripped away, revealing a tender vulnerability that only she could see. The juxtaposition was striking. Around them, the banquet was a picture of refined tradition, a tapestry of formal rituals interwoven with the promise of celebration and success. Yet, beneath that surface, Charlotte and Archer were engaged in a delicate dance of connection, their glances laden with longing and quiet sorrow. Their eyes conveyed a myriad of unspoken emotions: hope, regret, and an aching awareness of the distance that had grown between them. It was an intimacy that transcended words, a silent conversation held in the space between shared looks and fleeting touches. As the evening drew on, the formalities of the banquet slowly merged with moments of private tenderness. Amid the grand speeches and applause, Charlotte's heart pounded with each accidental encounter, a hand brushing hers, a lingering look across the table that reminded her of a connection that was both beautiful and painful. In that elegant hall, the balance of formality and intimacy played out like a carefully composed symphony, leaving Charlotte to wonder if beneath the glamorous exterior lay a fragile, unspoken truth between her and Archer. The lively hum of conversation in the dining area was punctuated by affectionate ribbing and subtle jabs that made Charlotte's heart flutter and ache simultaneously. As she sat at the long table, surrounded by both her own family and the ever-present Johnson clan, each interaction seemed to carry layers of meaning beyond mere pleasantries. Oliver's warm, teasing smile was both comforting and disconcerting, a reminder of the shared history and sibling closeness that had always been her anchor, yet now felt laced with unspoken questions about where she truly belonged. "Hey, Lottie," Oliver called, his voice rich with the familiar ease of their bond. His tone was playful as he reached out to ruffle her hair, but in that light gesture, Charlotte sensed a hint of protective concern. It was as if he was trying to shield her from the uncertainty swirling in her heart, a silent promise that she was always safe with him, even if her feelings for Archer remained a tangled secret. Across the table, Annie's bright, carefree chatter brought a fleeting smile to Charlotte's lips. However, the playful banter sometimes carried an edge when Annie mimicked inside jokes about Oliver's teasing remarks. In those moments, Charlotte couldn't help but wonder if the light-hearted mockery masked deeper family expectations and unspoken pressures about the roles they were meant to play. Every laugh from Annie echoed like a reminder that she was still the little sister in a family that thrived on simplicity and unfiltered affection, a stark contrast to the complicated emotions that now consumed her. The Johnsons, too, contributed to the atmosphere with their own style of subtle criticism wrapped in congeniality. Mrs. Johnson's polite compliments and knowing glances, particularly when she commented on how lovely Charlotte looked that evening, seemed to carry a double meaning. It was as though they recognized the shifting dynamics between Charlotte and Archer. a delicate interplay of closeness and distance that even they, in their reserved way, couldn't help but acknowledge. Mr. Johnson's infrequent, almost imperceptible frowns only deepened Charlotte's internal conflict, leaving her to question whether her own feelings were being scrutinized or perhaps even judged by those around her. In the midst of all this, the gentle teasing and candid observations from family members underscored the complexity of Charlotte's emotional landscape. Their interactions were both grounding and unsettling, as they forced her to confront the duality of her existence, the comforting simplicity of familial love, and the painful, intricate web of her personal desires. Each subtle jab, each affectionate remark, seemed to pull her in different directions, reminding her of the warmth and acceptance she'd grown up with, even as her heart yearned for something more complicated and uncertain with Archer as the Yaim. Evening progressed and laughter mingled with gentle chiding. Charlotte sat quietly, absorbing every word and gesture. The family dynamics, filled with their playful nuances and undercurrents of disapproval, magnified the inner turmoil she had been struggling to contain. In that charged atmosphere, the myriad voices around her crystallized into one resounding truth. She was caught between the safe familiarity of home and the intoxicating, yet painful allure of a love that was anything but simple. The lights dimmed as the music shifted into a slow, seductive rhythm, and the dance floor transformed into a realm of whispered promises and fleeting glances. Charlotte found herself drawn into the moment, her heart pounding in sync with the beat. As she stepped closer to Archer, every fiber of her being trembled with anticipation and uncertainty, a cocktail of desire and apprehension that left her both electrified and vulnerable. Archer reached out and gently took her hand, his touch firm yet tender. As they moved together in a carefully orchestrated dance, his eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that belied the playful cadence of the music. Amid the swirling lights and soft murmurs of the crowd, he leaned in close and murmured, almost imperceptibly, "You're mine." The words, though spoken in a teasing tone, carried a weight that echoed in Charlotte's chest like a challenge and a confession all at once. For a moment, time seemed to slow as Charlotte processed his declaration. The playful teasing in his voice softened the raw emotion behind it, but still, it cut through her like a shard of glass. She felt a surge of warmth and protectiveness, an almost desperate need to belong, to be cherished by him. But it was tainted by a lingering fear of losing herself in his claim. As his arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer, the proximity of his body sent shivers racing down her spine. His nearness was intoxicating, yet it was also a reminder of how precariously their connection balanced on the edge of possessiveness and tenderness. The crowd around them blurred into insignificance as they continued their dance, their bodies swaying in perfect harmony. Archer's playful smirk and the mischievous glint in his eyes belied the storm of emotions beneath his calm exterior. Every time he whispered that possessive phrase, it sparked a flutter of conflicting sensations in Charlotte, a mix of elation and the painful sting of feeling owned, not chosen. She wondered if his words were a promise of protection or an assertion of control, a line that blurred the boundaries of friendship and something more intimate. As the music swelled, Charlotte's mind raced with questions. Was this a moment of mutual desire, or was it his way of staking a claim over her in a way that left no room for ambiguity? Her pulse quickened with both excitement and trepidation. In the space between each slow, deliberate step, she could almost hear the unspoken conversation between their hearts, the rhythm of a bond that was as much about shared vulnerability as it was about passion. For Charlotte, that dance was both an embrace and a battleground. Archer's possessiveness, expressed so casually, forced her to confront her own longing for connection and the fear of losing her independence. As the song drew to a close, the lingering echo of "You're Mine" reverberated in her ears, a bittersweet reminder that while their closeness might be a source of comfort, it also came with the risk of being defined by someone else's claim. In that moment, amidst the pulsating energy of the dance floor, Charlotte realized that every step they took together was a step deeper into a relationship as complicated as it was irresistible. The air buzzed with anticipation as the final minutes before midnight crept in. Charlotte found herself once again swept up in the magic of New Year's Eve, the cool night punctuated by the soft hum of voices and the distant clamor of excited cheers. Standing side by side with Archer near the edge of the balcony, she could feel the energy pulsing through the crowd below. Yet all she could focus on was the tension that simmered between them. Archer's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the first streaks of fireworks began to burst against the dark canvas of the sky. The colorful explosions illuminated his features in fleeting, brilliant flashes, a momentary glimpse into the depths of his guarded expression. For Charlotte, each burst of light was a heartbeat, mirroring her own rapid pulse as she felt a mingling of hope and uncertainty. The countdown had started, and with every tick of the seconds, the world around them seemed to hold its breath. As the clock neared midnight, soft music mingled with the murmurs of the gathered crowd, creating an ethereal backdrop to their private world. The chill in the air wrapped around them, urging them closer. Archer's hand found Charlotte's, and she felt the familiar warmth of his touch, a silent promise that, despite the ambiguity of their relationship, he was there with her in that fragile moment. Their fingers intertwined as if trying to hold onto something that might soon be gone with the passing of the old year. "Charlotte," Archer murmured softly, his voice barely audible over the swelling symphony of celebration. His eyes searched hers, desperate for a connection that transcended the complexities of their past words and actions. In that brief exchange, the chaos of the party melted away, leaving only the raw, honest vulnerability between them. The countdown began in earnest. 10, 9. The numbers rang out, each syllable a heartbeat in the charged silence. Charlotte's mind raced with questions. What did this moment mean? Could this kiss, this shared closeness, be the turning point in their tangled story? Her heart pounded as the seconds dwindled. 3, 2, Archer's thumb brushed lightly against her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine. As the final number, 1, echoed into the night, the sky erupted into a cascade of fireworks, each burst a brilliant punctuation in the night. Amid the dazzling display, Archer leaned in, closing the distance between them. Their eyes locked, and the moment stretched into infinity. In the glow of the fireworks, their lips met in a deep, almost desperate kiss, an act that felt both tender and defiant. It was as if every unsaid word, every lingering doubt, and every hope for the future was poured into that single kiss. For a brief, luminous moment, the world around them ceased to exist. The kiss solidified the unspoken promise of a connection that was as ambiguous as it was powerful, a vow that, come what may, they would face the coming year together, even if the path was uncertain. When they finally broke apart, both were breathless, their foreheads resting together as the remnants of fireworks faded in the distance. In that moment, amidst the echoes of celebration and the soft glow of a new beginning, they silently acknowledged that their journey was far from over. Charlotte stepped out into the cool, quiet night after the banquet, the echoes of laughter and clinking glasses fading into a gentle murmur behind her. The festive lights from the hotel ballroom still shimmered in the distance, their sparkle a reminder of the joyful chaos that had marked the evening. But now, in the solitude of the post-celebration hush, she felt the weight of all that had happened, and the fragile promise of something new. Standing beneath a sky dusted with lingering fireworks, Charlotte wrapped her arms around herself, as if to hold in the warmth of a night that had been equal parts bittersweet and beautiful. Her mind replayed moments from the evening, the soft, possessive glances from Archer, the unspoken words conveyed in a single, charged look, and that electric New Year's kiss that had both sealed and unsettled their uncharted bond. The intensity of it all left her breathless, yet within that intensity lay a quiet hope. In the silence, she acknowledged the uncertainty ahead. How many questions would remain unanswered? How many wounds still needed healing? Yet, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Charlotte allowed herself to wonder if perhaps the unknown could be embraced. Archer's presence had stirred something inside her, a mix of longing, regret, and a stubborn optimism that whispered of second chances. The night had been a catalyst, an unexpected turning point that forced her to confront not only her feelings for him, but also her own capacity for vulnerability and growth. She thought about the uncertain path that lay ahead, the way Archer's conflicted eyes had met hers, hinting at both remorse and desire. Despite the lingering ache of past hurts, a small part of her heart beat with the promise of new beginnings. The memories of the night, the festive energy, the whispered confessions, and even the moments of painful silence formed a tapestry that was as raw as it was real. In that quiet epilogue to the evening, Charlotte found herself daring to hope. She knew that the future was murky, and that trust would need to be rebuilt slowly, word by word, touch by touch. Yet, as the final embers of celebration flickered in the distance, she resolved to take a tentative step forward, ready to explore the fragile promise of a future together, no matter how uncertain it might be. Archer's POV: Emotional turmoil and reflection. The cold night air still clung to me, an echo of the chaos from the party hours earlier. I stood at the edge of the balcony, my hand gripping the railing as I stared out into the dark, trying to ignore the storm that raged within me. The crisp chill should have been enough to cool the heat that had been building ever since Charlotte's lips met mine in the middle of the field. But it wasn't. Nothing could cool the fire inside me when it came to her. I had no idea what had come over me last night. It felt like I had spent years holding myself back, waiting for the right moment, when in reality, I was just terrified of losing control. But the second she was in my arms, everything else, the pressure, the expectations, my father's disapproving gaze vanished. It was just us, caught in the whirlwind of a kiss that seemed to erase all the boundaries I'd so carefully constructed around myself. I had thought I'd known what it was like to lose control, but I hadn't really understood it until then. Her softness, her warmth, her lips pressed so desperately against mine, it was like I could finally breathe. But now, standing alone, the weight of everything I had pushed aside was crashing down on me. I dragged a hand through my hair, frustrated. I had always prided myself on my self-control, on my ability to stay focused, to be the steady presence for everyone around me. But with Charlotte, I was breaking, and I couldn't help but wonder if that was a good thing or a dangerous one. The thoughts about her made my chest tighten. She had no idea how much she meant to me, no idea how much I admired her. She was everything I wasn't. light, untainted by the darkness that clouded my world. She deserved someone better than me, someone who could give her the life she deserved, without all the baggage I carried around. I couldn't give her that. She deserved someone who wasn't weighed down by the legacy of his family, by the crumbling world I had inherited. I let out a frustrated breath, pacing across the cold floor of my room. My heart was still pounding from last night. I had to hold back from kissing her again, from losing myself in her touch. But I couldn't keep doing this. She deserved more than stolen moments and fleeting glances. She deserved stability, certainty, a future that wasn't tied to the mistakes I had yet to fix. I shook my head, trying to push away the thoughts that threatened to suffocate me. I needed to focus. I had to hold it together for her. I had to remain the person she saw me as. Someone strong, someone steady. But how could I be that when every part of me was crumbling? The ache in my chest deepened as I thought about my father. He had been a ghost in my life for years. But last night, it was different. I had never felt so betrayed by him. I had seen the cracks in his marriage long before anyone else, but seeing him with another woman, right in front of my eyes, shattered something inside me. I had spent my whole life trying to be the man he wanted me to be, only to realize that it was never going to be enough. He was never going to change. I could feel the anger rising again, fury that I couldn't contain, fury that I had wasted so much of my life trying to earn his approval. Charlotte's voice had broken through that fury, a gentle reminder of the person I used to be before all of this, before the anger, before the bitterness. She had told me to stop, to think of Annie, to be better. And for a moment, I had seen the truth in her eyes. She was right. I wasn't the man I wanted to be. Collapsed onto the bed, running my hands over my face, trying to calm the storm inside me. I couldn't keep running from the things that terrified me. I couldn't keep ignoring my father's absence, or the guilt that weighed on my shoulders, or the fact that I was falling for Charlotte in a way that was going to tear me apart. But even as I struggled, even as I hated the man I saw in the mirror, part of me wanted to be the man Charlotte saw in me. I wanted to be the person she could trust, the person who would protect her, the person who would show her that love didn't have to be messy or complicated or filled with mistakes. I couldn't promise her that I would be perfect, but I could promise her that I would try. I knew I had to make things right with her, with my family, and with myself. The road ahead was going to be long and painful, but I had to walk it. For her. For us. I ran my hand over my face again, sighing heavily. There was a part of me that didn't want to face the truth, that didn't want to admit that I was falling, harder for Charlotte with every passing moment. I wasn't ready to give her everything, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't live without her in my life, and if that meant fighting for her, fighting for us, then I would. I stood up from the bed, my mind racing, heart pounding in my chest. I had to get to her. I couldn't stay in this room, couldn't let the silence consume me. There was so much I needed to say. I needed to tell her how much I cared. But the question lingered. Was it too late? I walked toward the door, the weight of uncertainty heavy on my shoulders. But one thing was clear. I wasn't going to stop fighting for her. I couldn't. Charlotte and Archer studying, tension and affection. The quiet hum of the campus. Library was a far cry from the chaos of their lives just a few days ago. Charlotte sat at one end of the large wood-paneled study table, her textbooks and notebooks spread out in front of her. The morning light filtered through the tall windows, casting a soft glow over her. Archer, on the other hand, was sprawled across the opposite side of the table, his laptop open, though his eyes had long since abandoned the screen, wandering back to Charlotte with each passing minute. "Archer," Charlotte said, her voice a melodic lilt that seemed to pull him out of his thoughts. She gave him a pointed look as she scribbled something in her notebook. "You're not even looking at your notes. How are you going to pass the test if you're not paying attention?" Archer grinned, his lips curling up in that familiar way that sent a flutter through Charlotte's chest. He had always been this way. Effortlessly, charming. But it was in moments like these, when they were supposed to be serious, that Charlotte realized just how much he could make her forget everything else. "Can't help it," he muttered, leaning back in his chair and stretching his arms. Overhead, clearly not even trying to hide the way his gaze drifted toward her. "You're just too distracting." Charlotte rolled her eyes, though the corners of her lips tugged upward despite herself. "You're impossible," she said, but it was soft, affectionate. She couldn't help it. His presence had a way of lightening the weight in her chest. "We need to focus. This test is important, Archer." He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the table as his eyes finally met hers. There was something tender in his gaze that made her stomach flip. She knew he was trying to focus, trying to prove that he cared about this moment, that he wasn't just a jock who took everything for granted, but there was an underlying vulnerability to him that she hadn't fully grasped before. It was in the way his jaw tightened when he was frustrated, or how his smile would falter just slightly when he was truly concerned. "I know," he said quietly, his voice a little softer now. "I care about it. I care about you more." The words hung in the air for a moment, heavier than they should have been, and Charlotte's heart stuttered in her chest. He didn't say things like that often, and when he did, it had a way of catching her off guard. She wasn't used to seeing this side of him, the side that wasn't confident and cocky, but the one that quietly struggled with his feelings. "Well, I care about you too," she replied, her voice softer now. It wasn't the first time she had said those words to him, but this time it felt different. This time there was a depth to it, a weight she hadn't expected to feel so soon. The chemistry between them was undeniable, like some magnetic pull that neither of them seemed able or willing to resist. Archer's lips parted as if to say something, but he seemed to reconsider, closing his mouth and letting out a low sigh. He leaned back in his chair again, this time running a hand through his hair. His internal conflict was becoming painfully obvious to her. He wanted to be the confident, in-control guy, but Charlotte could see it. See the way he was softening, the way he was letting her in, piece by piece. "I don't know if I can do this," Archer admitted, his voice quiet and hesitant. "I'm used to pushing people away. I don't know if I'm good enough for you, Charlotte." Her heart ached as she looked at him, the weight of his words sinking in. She had never seen him this vulnerable, and a part of her felt honored that he was showing her this side of himself. But another part of her just wanted to reach across the table, to take his hand and reassure him, to tell him that she didn't need perfection. She needed him, just as he was, flaws and all. "You don't have to be perfect," Charlotte said softly, her voice steady despite the rush of emotion swirling inside her. "You're not alone in this. You never have to be." Archer looked at her, his gaze intense, like he was trying to read her every word, every breath. "I don't want to drag you down," he said, his voice almost a whisper. "I don't want to hurt you the way I've hurt other people in the past." Charlotte's heart thudded painfully in her chest as she saw the fear in his eyes. She reached across the table, her fingers brushing against his. "Archer," she whispered, her tone gentle but firm. "I'm not going anywhere." His hand hesitated, for a moment, then closed around hers, the warmth of his touch sending a jolt through her. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. It wasn't necessary. They both knew the unspoken words between them. There was a quiet understanding, a promise that they weren't going to let each other go, no matter how difficult things got. But even in this moment, as their fingers intertwined, Archer's internal conflict raged inside him. He wanted so badly to be the man Charlotte saw him as, to be worthy of her trust and love. But how could he be that man when he still wasn't sure of himself? How could he protect her from the things inside him that he couldn't even control? He pulled his hand back reluctantly, running it through his hair again, frustration clear on his face. "I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice strained. "I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to be what you want me to be." Charlotte's heart broke for him, but she didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Instead, she stood and moved around the table, coming to stand behind him. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, the simple contact a silent reassurance that she didn't need him to be perfect. She needed him to be real. "I don't need you to be anything other than who you are, Archer," she whispered, her voice full of sincerity. "I just need you to be with me, to be here." Archer turned his head, meeting her eyes, his expression a mix of awe and uncertainty. For a moment, he didn't speak, just studied her face, like he was memorizing every detail. Finally, he nodded, his lips curling into a soft, tentative smile. "Okay," he said softly. "I can do that." Charlotte smiled back, her heart swelling with something that felt dangerously close to love. She didn't know where this would lead, what the future held for them, but in that moment, all that mattered was that they had each other. Emotions and family interactions. The air inside the Avery house was thick with tension as Charlotte stepped through the front door, the echoes of the night's celebration still lingering in her mind. The national championship victory was supposed to be a time for joy, a moment of triumph for Archer and for her. Yet as she glanced around the familiar warmth of her home, she couldn't shake the feeling that things were shifting. Somewhere, deep within her, a silent war was brewing between loyalty and love. Her father's voice cut through the stillness as he entered the living room, his steps heavy on the wooden floor. "Charlotte," he began, his tone sharp but not unkind. "I saw that kiss on TV." Her heart skipped a beat and she froze in the doorway. The mention of the kiss, so innocent and pure to her, had somehow become the epicenter of the tension she had hoped to avoid. She turned slowly to face her father, who stood a few feet away, arms crossed and gaze unwavering. "Dad," she murmured, her voice quiet, the words caught somewhere between a plea and a question. "Are you really okay with this?" he asked, his voice still warm but tinged with a note of concern that felt like a reprimand in disguise. "I mean, Archer Johnson?" His eyes narrowed ever so slightly, the depth of his disbelief barely concealed. Charlotte felt a knot tighten in her stomach as she glanced away, momentarily looking for an escape from the suffocating weight of her father's disappointment. She had anticipated the conversation, of course. But in this moment, hearing the words fall from his lips felt like a wound she didn't know how to heal. He's a good person, Dad, she said quietly. But even to her own ears, the words felt inadequate, rushed. You don't understand him like I do. Her father let out a slow exhale, his shoulders slumping ever so slightly, as though the weight of their conversation was already wearing him thin. Charlotte, you know I want the best for you. But this is different. You've barely known him, and now you're putting everything on the line for him. There was a sadness in his voice that felt like a dagger in Charlotte's chest. The walls that had always seemed impenetrable between her and her father were suddenly cracking under the strain of unspoken words. For a brief moment, Charlotte questioned everything. Was she really making a mistake? Was she too blind to see the truth her father so clearly saw? I can't just turn my back on how I feel, Dad, she said, her voice wavering but steady. And you don't have to understand him. You just have to accept that he's who I want. The silence that followed hung in the air like a dark cloud. Her father seemed to chew over her words, considering the weight of them. His gaze softened for just a moment before he spoke again, his voice quieter this time. I just don't want you to get hurt, he said, his eyes meeting hers with an emotion she couldn't quite name. He's not the same as you, Charlotte. And sometimes people like him can't handle what they have. The sting of his words was palpable, and Charlotte fought the urge to retreat. She had never been good at confronting her father, but she wasn't the same girl who had looked up to him without question either. Her heart was torn between her father's protective instincts and the love she felt for Archer, a love that seemed to grow deeper with every passing day, despite the storm brewing around them. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming from the hallway. It was Oliver, his face flushed with a mixture of confusion and frustration. The moment their eyes met, Charlotte felt a ripple of unease pass between them. There was no mistaking the tension that hung in the air when it came to Oliver's reaction to her relationship with Archer. Charlotte, we need to talk, Oliver said, his voice tight and strained. He motioned for her to step aside, and without hesitation, she followed him into the living room. Oliver, what's going on? Charlotte asked, her heart sinking. She could feel the weight of the conversation pressing down on her chest. The distance between her and her brother had been growing ever since she'd started seeing Archer, but it wasn't just the usual sibling squabbles anymore. There was something deeper, a fissure that was widening with every passing day. Oliver's eyes were dark with frustration as he ran a hand through his hair. I don't know what you want me to say, Charlotte, he began, his voice raw. I don't like it. I don't like that you're with him. I've been trying to wrap my head around it, but it just doesn't sit right with me. His words cut through her like a knife. Charlotte stepped back, the hurt in her chest rising like a tide. I didn't expect you to understand, Ollie, she said quietly, fighting the sting of tears. But I didn't expect you to act like this either. Oliver's face softened for a moment, the guilt evident in his eyes. I know, he said, his voice quieter now. I'm sorry, Charlotte. I just don't know how to deal with it. You've always been my little sister, and now it feels like I'm losing you. And honestly, I don't know how I feel about him. I don't know if I can accept it. Her chest tightened at his words. It wasn't anger in his eyes. It was hurt. Hurt that she couldn't be the same sister he once knew. hurt that she was forging a path that didn't include him. And in a way, Charlotte realized she had been shutting him out without meaning to. She hadn't seen how deeply her relationship with Archer was affecting him. "Oliver," she whispered, stepping closer to him, her voice filled with both confusion and sorrow. "You're not losing me. You never will. But you have to understand. I have to live my own life. I can't just stay the same for you." Oliver remained silent for a long moment, his expression torn. Finally, he nodded slowly, the weight of their words hanging between them. "I get it, Charlotte," he said softly. "But it's going to take me time." As Charlotte stood there, her heart heavy with the weight of the conversation, she couldn't shake the feeling that the foundation of her relationship with her brother had been shaken, perhaps beyond repair. She loved him, but she didn't know how to bridge the gap between her world and his. The pain of losing that connection to Oliver was becoming more real than she had anticipated. Archer's perspective on the situation was no easier. From his point of view, the distance between Charlotte and her family, especially Oliver, was something he couldn't ignore. He had always been in control, always been the one to deal with his own issues. But seeing Charlotte torn between him and her, family made him question everything. His love for her was undeniable. But as he watched her struggle with loyalty, family expectations, and his own insecurities, he realized the weight of what was at stake. It wasn't just about him and Charlotte anymore. It was about finding a balance between love and family, between the man he wanted to be for Charlotte and the person he had been forced to become for everyone else. And deep down, Archer knew that the road ahead wouldn't be easy. But for Charlotte, he would try. He had to. Archer's descent and redemption. The weight of everything, his past mistakes, the guilt gnawing at his insides, the overwhelming sense of inadequacy, pressed on Archer with a force that felt as though it might crush him. The familiar tightness in his chest had become an old companion, a constant reminder that no matter how far he tried to run, his past and his responsibilities always followed. Archer sat alone in the dark, the only light coming from the dull glow of the street lamp outside his window. He hadn't meant to get this far, had never intended for things to spiral the way they had. But here he was, looking at his reflection in the darkened glass, a face he barely recognized. The truth was, no matter how much he tried to convince himself that he was doing the right thing, fighting for Charlotte, for his family, for the future he'd always dreamed of, he couldn't escape the nagging voice in his head that told him he was just a screw-up, a failure in the making. He'd always been the one who had to pick up the pieces for his family, always the one who was expected to shoulder the burden, to be the rock. But the pressure was eating him alive. He leaned his forehead against the cold glass, closing his eyes as the memories of his father flooded back. The times his dad had looked at him with disappointment in his eyes. The moments when his father's cold, distant nature had made Archer question his own worth. "I'm not enough," Archer whispered to the empty room. The weight of those words sat heavily in the air, choking him with the truth of his self-loathing. He wasn't enough. Not for his father. Not for his mother. And certainly not for Charlotte, though she never once made him feel that way. It was almost comical, really, how easily Charlotte could make him feel like he was something more than he ever thought he could be. But in the back of his mind, Archer couldn't help but wonder if she was seeing something that wasn't truly there. She was so pure, so full of light and hope. And he was broken, shattered in ways he didn't know how to fix. There was a constant battle inside him, between The man he wanted to be and the man he thought he had to be. He wanted to be the man Charlotte deserved. The one who could make her laugh and keep her safe. The one who would never let her down. But the reality was, he was just a guy who couldn't stop fucking up. Archer thought about the way he had acted with Charlotte's family. How he had lost control with his father. How he had let the anger from years of neglect spill out and destroy the fragile relationship he was trying to build. He had acted on impulse, letting his emotions dictate his actions, and now he was paying the price. And Charlotte? She deserved better. She didn't deserve a guy who couldn't keep it together for 5 minutes. She deserved someone who could protect her heart, someone who didn't bring so much baggage to the table. He let out a sharp breath, his chest tight as if he was suffocating under the weight of his thoughts. His reflection seemed to mock him, the self-inflicted bruises on his soul more apparent than the surface cuts that never seemed to heal. Archer had always prided himself on being the one who could take care of everything. He was the quarterback, the one everyone depended on, the one who never showed weakness. But beneath the bravado, he was terrified. Terrified of failing, terrified of never being enough for the people who mattered most in his life. His mom, Annie, Charlotte, all of them relied on him, and in return, he had to make sure they didn't see the cracks in his armor. The cracks that seemed to widen every day. Every time he looked at Charlotte, he saw her bright eyes, her soft touch, her kindness. And he saw someone who was too good for him. Too pure. Too innocent. He couldn't help but feel like he was a man out of place in her world, a world that had nothing to do with the anger he carried, with the way his father had broken him down over the years. He was supposed to be the protector, the one who could make her feel safe. But instead, he was the one who kept pushing her away, even when she wanted nothing more than to get closer. Archer clenched his jaw, the frustration building in his chest until he thought he might explode. He wasn't just hurting Charlotte. He was hurting himself. He was caught in a cycle of self-doubt, and no matter how hard he tried to break free, it seemed like he was falling deeper into it every day. "I can't keep doing this," he muttered, to himself, his hands gripping the edge of the windowsill as though it could anchor him. "I can't keep pretending to be someone I'm not." He ran a hand through his hair, the desperation and exhaustion beginning to show in the tremor of his fingers. He'd pushed Charlotte away in the past. He'd hurt her with his anger, his insecurities. But now, he was determined to change, to make things right, no matter how difficult it might be. For the first time in years, Archer wanted something for himself. He wanted Charlotte, not just as someone to pass the time with, not just as a fleeting distraction. He wanted her as his equal, as someone he could be vulnerable with, someone who could help him face the darkness inside himself. He needed her, like he needed air. The weight of his responsibility was still there, like a stone in his chest. But something had shifted inside him. He wasn't the same guy he used to be. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to start making things right. "I'll fix this," he said to himself, his voice low and determined. "I have to. For her. For me." And as the weight of his thoughts slowly began to lift, Archer realized that perhaps redemption wasn't about erasing the past. It was about learning to live with it. It was about recognizing his flaws and owning them. It was about fighting for the things that mattered, no matter how much it scared him. As he lay back on his bed, staring up at the ceiling, he found a strange sense of calm. The battle inside him wasn't over, but for the first time in a long time, he was ready to face it. And maybe, just maybe this time, he wouldn't have to do it alone. a night of introspection and intimacy. The room was quiet except for the soft rustle of sheets as Archer and Charlotte lay side by side on the bed. The dim light from the bedside lamp bathed the space in a warm, golden glow, casting long shadows across the walls. Neither of them spoke, and yet the silence felt like a conversation all its own. The weight of the moments between them was heavy, filled with an emotional intimacy that neither of them had fully acknowledged, but both felt in their bones. Archer lay on his back, his hand resting on his stomach, fingers barely brushing the edge of Charlotte's. She too was still, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, her mind drifting in 1,000 directions. For the first time in a long time, there was a strange calmness between them. No chaos, no outside forces demanding their attention. Just the two of them in the stillness, tangled in emotions they weren't quite ready to fully face. Archer's thoughts raced, but he refused to let them show. He had grown used to masking his emotions, to being the one who carried the weight for everyone else. He had built walls around himself, walls that were now starting to crack. Charlotte was a constant source of warmth, and every time he allowed himself to get close to her, he felt like he was teetering on the edge of something dangerous, something he wasn't sure he was ready for. He felt it now, that familiar pull toward her, that desperate need to be close. But the walls were still there, even if only in the back of his mind. He shifted slightly, turning his head to glance at her. She was lying on her side, her back facing him, her shoulders rising and falling with the slow rhythm of her breath. The gentle rise and fall of her chest was almost hypnotic, and Archer couldn't help but reach out, his fingers brushing against the soft fabric of her sweater. His touch was tentative, as if testing the waters. Charlotte felt the warmth of his fingers against her skin, and couldn't suppress the shiver that ran through her. The feeling was familiar, and yet new. A tender intimacy that both excited and frightened her. She closed her eyes, trying to steady her breathing. She felt Archer's presence so deeply, like a part of her that she hadn't realized she was missing until now. And yet, there was a constant wave of insecurity that followed her every move. She wasn't sure if it was her own uncertainty or his hesitance, but something between them felt unspoken, as if they were both afraid of fully stepping into the vulnerability they shared. The emotions that swirled between them were complicated. Charlotte wanted to be close to him, to let him in completely. But there was always that nagging feeling that she wasn't enough, that her inexperience in love, in intimacy, might make her seem small in his eyes. She could feel the weight of her own self-doubt creeping up every time Archer's gaze lingered on her, every time their fingers brushed. She wanted to be confident, to embrace this connection without fear. But the reality of her own vulnerability made her second-guess everything. She turned slightly, catching a glimpse of Archer's profile. His jaw was tight, the lines of his face softened only slightly in the dim light. She could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he seemed to fight with himself, as if he were trying to hold back something he couldn't control. She wanted to ask him what he was thinking, to bridge the gap between them, but something held her back. Archer's breath caught as Charlotte shifted toward him, her body turning just enough that he could feel the heat of her presence. His heart thudded a little faster in his chest, and he fought the urge to reach for her, to pull her closer. But the walls, his walls, were still there, unyielding and strong, and he knew he wasn't ready to let them fall just yet. He wasn't sure if it was fear or something else that held him back. Maybe it was the way she made him feel, like he was teetering on the edge of something far more profound than he had ever known. I'm here. Charlotte's voice broke the silence, soft but steady. She reached out, placing her hand over his, her fingers gently curling around his. The gesture was simple, but it was a lifeline, a promise of sorts. Her touch grounded him in ways he didn't understand, and for a moment, all the doubts, all the hesitation, seemed to dissipate. But they were still there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise again. I know, Archer whispered, his voice rough with emotions he didn't quite understand. He turned his hand, locking their fingers together, the warmth of her touch seeping into his skin. But sometimes, I don't know how to... He broke off, not sure how to finish the sentence. His eyes met hers, searching for some kind of understanding. Charlotte's gaze softened as she reached up, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. Her fingers lingered for a moment, as if memorizing the feel of him. She understood the struggle in his eyes, the same struggle she fought with every day, the fear of losing control, the fear of being hurt, the fear of allowing someone else to see the parts of you that were broken. But she had already seen those parts of him. She had seen the darkness, and yet she still chose him. I'm not going anywhere, she said softly, the words carrying the weight of her quiet conviction. You don't have to be afraid of me, Archer. I want you. All of you. The words hung in the air, suspended between them, and for a brief moment, it felt like time stood still. Archer's chest tightened at the sincerity in her voice. He wanted to tell her everything. The things he had kept buried for so long. The doubts and fears that twisted inside him. But he wasn't sure if he was ready. Not yet. Instead, he pulled her closer, resting his forehead against hers. His breath was shallow, and his heart raced, but he was trying to let go of the walls he had built for years. He wasn't sure if he could break them down completely, but with Charlotte's warmth against him, he felt like it was possible. Charlotte, too, felt the weight of the moment, the weight of the connection they shared. Her heart ached with the tenderness of it all, and yet she was scared. Scared of what this meant for her, for them. She wasn't sure what it all meant, but in that moment, she knew one thing for certain. She couldn't deny what was between them any longer. I don't know what this is, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, but I don't want to lose it. I don't want to lose you. Archer didn't respond with words. Instead, he pressed his lips to her forehead, letting the silence speak for them. There was no need for anything else. Not yet. And so they lay. There in the quiet, their hearts beating in sync, their bodies close but still a little apart. They had crossed a line, and yet the journey ahead of them was still uncertain. But for the first time, it didn't feel like something they had to fear. They would find their way, one step at a time, and for now, that was enough. The national championship, high stakes, and emotional turmoil. The stadium was alive with an electric hum as the national championship game loomed on the horizon. The tension in the air was palpable, like the world itself had stopped spinning, holding its breath for the inevitable. Archer stood at the edge of the locker room, his uniform already on, but his mind was somewhere far from the field. He could hear the chants of the crowd, the sound of cleats pounding against the turf, the buzz of anticipation filling the stands. But inside him, there was nothing but silence. silence and the crushing weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. This was it, the moment that could define everything. This game, this one game, could shape the future he had been working toward his whole life. All those years spent fighting, sweating, and bleeding for this one opportunity. And yet, as the adrenaline coursed through his veins, there was still that gnawing feeling of doubt. He ran a hand through his hair, his breath steady, but his pulse quickening. He had worked so hard to get here, but now, in the quiet moments before the chaos, all he could think about was the stakes, the pressure, his family, the weight of expectations that had been placed on him since childhood. He had to win. For his family. For Charlotte. He had to prove that all the pain, all the sacrifices, had been worth it. But there was more to this game than just football. His relationship with Charlotte had taken a turn recently, and though he hadn't allowed himself to fully acknowledge it, it was starting to become impossible to ignore. The lines between the game and his personal life were blurring, and Archer wasn't sure if he was ready to navigate them. As he laced up his cleats, a knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned to see Charlotte standing in the doorway, her eyes wide with concern. She had that look on her face, the one that always made him feel like he was both the most important and the most fragile thing in her world. "Hey," she said softly, stepping into the room, her gaze darting over him before settling on his face. Her voice was thick with emotion, her words filled with a weight he couldn't ignore. "You're going to do great out there. I know you will." Archer smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He was grateful for her support, but there was something about her that always made him feel like he was walking a fine line. Like any wrong move, any slip-up, could send them both tumbling into a mess he wasn't sure how to clean up. "I don't know about great," he muttered, running a hand over his jaw. I need to focus. I need to get this right." Charlotte's eyes softened as she stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "I know," she said quietly. "But just remember, it's not just about this game. You've already proven so much. To everyone, and to yourself." Her words hit him harder than he expected. He had spent so much time focused on the pressure of winning, the importance of proving himself, that he had forgotten why he was doing this in the first place. It wasn't just for the accolades, the fame, or even the approval of his family. It was for him, for the people he cared about, and for Charlotte. "Thanks, Charlotte," he said quietly, his voice thick with gratitude. "I don't know what I'd do without you." She smiled, though there was a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. Archer couldn't help but notice the way she looked at him, like she wanted to say something, but wasn't sure how. He knew it had to do with their relationship. It had been hanging in the air between them for weeks now. The unspoken words, the doubts, the growing tension. He had been trying to push it all down, trying to focus on the game, but it was becoming impossible to ignore. "I'm proud of you, no matter what," she added softly. "You've already won in my eyes." Archer's heart clenched at her words, but before he could respond, there was a loud cheer from outside the locker room. The sound of the crowd swelled, signaling that the game was about to begin. Charlotte gave him one last lingering look, then stepped back, giving him space. "Go get him, Archer," she said, her voice steady, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. "I'll be cheering for you, always." He nodded, his throat tight as he watched her leave. He wanted to call her back, to say something, anything, to make it clear how much she meant to him. But he didn't. Not now. He couldn't. Not with everything riding on this game. Not when he felt like the weight of his entire world was pressing down on him, both on the field and off it. As Archer stepped onto the field moments later, the roar of the crowd enveloped him. He felt the rush of energy, the excitement of being in the spotlight. But it was different now. The pressure was higher than ever before. The stakes weren't just about football anymore. They were about everything. About his future, his family, and the woman he loved. The game began, and Archer threw himself into it, blocking out everything else. The touchdowns, the tackles, the cheers. They all blended into a blur of motion as he focused on the task at hand. But even as he gave his all to the game, his mind couldn't fully escape Charlotte. The way she looked at him, the way her words lingered in his thoughts. Her belief in him, her faith in him, it was a constant presence, something he carried with him, even on the field. And as the final minutes of the game ticked away, with the score tied and the crowd on the edge of their seats, Archer knew one thing for certain. No matter the outcome, he had already won something far greater than a trophy. He had won Charlotte's heart. But that didn't mean everything would be easy. In the back of his mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to their story, more to their future, that still needed to be figured out. And as the final whistle blew, sealing the Trojans' victory, Archer found himself faced with a new challenge, understanding what came next. What came after this moment of triumph? What came after the game? As the crowd erupted into cheers, Archer looked up, his eyes searching the stands for Charlotte. He spotted her smile shining through the sea of people. And in that moment, he realized that while the game was over, their journey was just beginning. Post-championship fallout. The roar of the crowd had barely faded when Archer stepped off the field, his heart still racing, his body pulsing with adrenaline. The championship game was over, but the true battle had only just begun. The excitement of the win, the electric atmosphere of victory, seemed to dissipate the moment he stepped into the locker room. All the cheers, all the celebrations, all the fleeting moments of glory. They seemed so far away now, replaced by a quiet weight that pressed down on him like 1,000 pounds. He had won the game, but now he had to face the real consequences of his actions. Charlotte had been there, cheering him on, her eyes full of admiration and hope. But even her presence, her unwavering support, couldn't quite calm the storm brewing inside him. The game was over, and now reality was crashing. In his relationship with Charlotte, the strain with her family, the unresolved tension with his own, it was all coming to a head. As he changed into his clothes, Archer's mind raced. The cheers and celebrations that had filled the field now felt hollow, distant. He had done it. He had led the Trojans to victory. But was it enough? Was it enough to prove himself to everyone, to fix the mess he'd created in his life, to fix his broken relationship with his family? And more importantly, was it enough to hold on to Charlotte? The answer to that question felt as elusive as ever. Family conversations. The evening after the game, the celebrations had faded into awkward silences. Charlotte had been swept into the arms of her family, her father and Oliver looking on from a distance, their faces betraying a mixture of pride and uncertainty. Archer had caught the way Oliver's eyes flickered between him and Charlotte, the tension thick in the air. Oliver hadn't said much to him, just a quick nod of acknowledgement before retreating back into the crowd. But Archer could sense the undercurrent of disapproval, the judgment lurking just beneath the surface. He wasn't naive. He knew Oliver had reservations about their relationship. The question was, how long would it take for the cracks to show? As Charlotte excused herself to speak with her parents, Archer found himself alone, standing on the outskirts of the celebration. He watched her, the way she spoke to her father with soft gestures, the way her eyes seemed to search for approval that she wasn't sure she would get. It was a moment of realization for him. Charlotte wasn't just fighting to be with him. She was fighting her family's expectations, their judgment, and he was the cause of it. He had never felt more like an outsider, more like the man who didn't belong. He had always been the golden boy, the quarterback, the star of the team. But in the eyes of her father, he was something else entirely. Archer felt a pang of guilt. Charlotte deserved better than the complications he had brought into her life. But as the weight of that thought hit him, he also realized something else. He didn't want to lose her, not for anything. As he walked toward her, he caught her eyes for a brief moment. Her gaze softened, but there was a wariness there, an uncertainty he hadn't seen before. When she finally came to him, her shoulders were tense, her smile forced. "Hey," Archer said softly, reaching for her hand. "You okay?" Charlotte hesitated, her fingers twitching in his grasp. "I don't know, Archer," she admitted, her voice tight. "Oliver's not happy. My dad, I don't think he approves of us. He didn't even say anything to you when you came over earlier." Archer swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling heavily in his chest. "I don't need him to approve of me, Charlotte," he said, the words tasting bitter. "I'm not doing this for him. I'm doing this for you. And I can't keep pretending that it's not tearing me apart." Charlotte's eyes softened, but she looked away, her gaze shifting to the crowd of people still milling around. "I don't know what to do anymore," she whispered. "I thought this would be easier." Archer's heart clenched at the vulnerability in her voice. He knew that feeling all too well. This wasn't just about their love anymore. It was about everything else. The expectations, the family drama, the guilt that weighed on both of them. And he didn't know how to fix it. The future. Later that night, after the celebrations had died down and the house had emptied, Archer found himself sitting alone in his room, staring at his phone, scrolling aimlessly through the messages and notifications that flooded his screen. But none of it mattered. His mind wasn't on the game anymore, or the interviews, or the contracts that were sure to come. His thoughts were with Charlotte. He had promised her that he'd fix everything, that he'd be the man she needed him to be. But the truth was, Archer didn't know how. He had spent his life fighting for success, for approval, for a place in the world. But now, as he sat there in the quiet of his room, he realized that none of it mattered if it meant losing her. His phone buzzed in his hand, and he glanced at the screen, a message from his mom. He had been avoiding her calls, knowing that she would want to talk about the aftermath of everything that had happened. But now, as he read her simple message, the reality of his family's expectations hit him harder than before. "We need to talk, Archer. About the future." The future. It felt like a weight, a burden that had always been on his shoulders. Football was supposed to be his escape, his way out of everything. But now, he was realizing it was the very thing keeping him trapped. Archer closed his eyes, his heart heavy with the weight of his responsibilities. He had always thought he had to prove something to everyone, to his dad, to his teammates, to his coaches. But now, sitting in the silence of his room, he realized that what he truly needed to prove was that he could be something more than just the star quarterback. He needed to prove that he could be the man Charlotte deserved, the man who would fight for her, even if it meant fighting against everything he had known his whole life. And for the first time in a long time, Archer wasn't sure if he was strong enough to do it. But one thing was certain. He couldn't give up on her. Not now. Not when he was finally starting to understand what truly mattered. The game had been won, but the real challenge was just beginning. Archer knew that the path ahead wouldn't be easy. There would be sacrifices, compromises, and painful truths. But if he wanted to build a future with Charlotte, he had to face the truth about himself, about his family, and about the kind of man he wanted to be, and that meant doing whatever it took to make things right. Love and acceptance. The early morning light filtered through the blinds, casting long, soft shadows across Archer's room. The night had been full of restless tossing and turning, his thoughts constantly circling back to Charlotte. Her warmth, her smile, her uncertainty. It wasn't just her that occupied his mind now. It was them, their relationship, their future. Everything felt so fragile, so uncertain. But as the quiet hum of the morning set in, Archer realized one thing. He couldn't keep ignoring it any longer. He couldn't keep pretending that he didn't feel something deeper for Charlotte. She was no longer just the girl who had walked into his life and thrown everything off balance. No, she had become the center of his world. And that was terrifying. But, for the first time, Archer could admit it to himself. I love her. The realization didn't come in a single moment. It had been a slow burn, a series of small, tender moments that accumulated over time. Her soft laughter, the way she looked at him with those eyes full of both hope and fear, the way she had touched his hand so gently, as though she knew his heart better than anyone else. Charlotte had a way of disarming him, of getting under his skin. And though it scared him, Archer couldn't help but yearn for more. He had never allowed himself to feel so vulnerable. But with her, it was different. The problem, however, was that he didn't know how to tell her. The words felt too big, too raw. He had spent his entire life hiding behind bravado, behind the image of the quarterback, the team leader. Admitting that he loved her meant breaking down the walls he had spent years building. It meant trusting someone with the part of himself he had never shared with anyone. And that terrified him. Family acceptance. Archer knew the moment had to come. Charlotte and he had danced around it for weeks, their families, their lives, the expectations. They were all entangled in their relationship. But love, as beautiful as it was, wasn't simple. He couldn't ignore the complexities of their worlds. Charlotte's family had been tense since the beginning, especially with her father. He didn't trust Archer. He never had. Archer could feel it in the way Mr. Avery's eyes hardened when their gazes met. The subtle disapproval in his voice when he asked about Archer's intentions. It was always there, hanging between them, an invisible barrier Archer had tried to ignore. But ignoring it didn't make it go away. And then there was Oliver. Archer had seen the coldness in his eyes when they first interacted, the quiet judgment. He knew Oliver resented him, maybe even more than Charlotte's father did. But family, loyalty ran deep, and Archer understood it. He wasn't sure how to bridge that gap, how to get Oliver to accept him, how to make Charlotte's family see him as something other than the stereotypical jock who only cared about football. But Charlotte had always been different. From the very first moment they connected, Archer had known she wasn't like the others. She was kind, intuitive, full of life. And yet she carried a weight he had come to understand. Her family was everything to her. And Archer knew that if he wanted to be a part of her life, he had to be accepted by them. It was a thought that gnawed at him constantly, especially as he sat in the living room with Charlotte, her parents sitting across from them in their pristine yet uncomfortable silence. He could feel the unspoken tension, the way Charlotte's father watched him with an almost clinical scrutiny. There was no denying the challenge ahead. "Dad, I want you to know that I care about Charlotte," Archer finally said, his voice low but steady. He could feel his palms sweating as he struggled to keep his composure. "And I'll do whatever it takes to make sure she's happy, even if I'm not the guy you imagined for her." Charlotte's father's eyes softened for a moment, but the walls he had built around his emotions remained intact. He didn't speak, only nodded curtly, acknowledging Archer's words in a way that seemed to say he still had reservations, still had doubts. But for the first time, Archer didn't feel the need to fight for approval. He had said his piece. Charlotte's smile after the conversation, though brief, was enough to reassure him. She squeezed his hand as they walked back to their dorm, their fingers intertwined. In that moment, he realized that no matter what her father thought, no matter how difficult the road ahead might be, Charlotte was with him, and that had to be enough. Resolution. Days passed, and though the tension with Charlotte's family was far from resolved, there was a shift in the way they navigated their relationship. They were no longer hiding in the shadows. They were no longer pretending to be something they weren't. The weight of the world still hung over them. Her father's judgment, Oliver's uncertainty. But they had each other. And that was something worth fighting for. One quiet evening, after another long day of classes and practice, Charlotte and Archer sat together in her dorm room, the weight of their worlds pressing down on them. But for once, the air between them felt light. They didn't need to say much. The connection they shared was enough. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable. It was filled with unspoken understanding, with the knowledge that they were moving forward, together. Archer turned to her, his voice softer than it had been in weeks. "I don't know what's going to happen with us, Charlotte. With everything. Your family, mine. It's complicated." Charlotte looked at him, her expression unreadable for a moment before she leaned in, pressing her lips gently to his. The kiss was slow, tender, full of the emotions they had both been holding back. "I know," she whispered against his lips. "But we'll figure it out. Together." And for the first time, Archer felt a sense of peace settle in his chest. The future, with all its uncertainty and complications, didn't feel so impossible anymore. With Charlotte by his side, he felt like maybe, just maybe, they could navigate the challenges ahead. It wouldn't be easy, There would be hurdles, setbacks, doubts. But for the first time, Archer truly believed in what they had. And that was enough to keep moving forward. Together. A new beginning. The room was quiet, save for the soft hum of the air conditioner and the occasional murmur of passing students outside. Charlotte and Archer sat side by side on her dorm bed. The distance between them filled with a mixture of relief, anxiety, and the weight of everything left unsaid. It had been a long journey to get here, through misunderstandings, family tensions, and the sheer force of emotions that neither of them had expected to confront. Yet here they were, sitting in the aftermath of it all, trying to navigate what came next. Archer's fingers drummed lightly against the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on the floor, as if the answers to all of their questions were hidden there. Charlotte, for once, didn't reach out to fill the silence with words. She understood that sometimes the quiet was the loudest part of the conversation. They had both said so much over the past few weeks, but in that moment, it was their shared silence that spoke volumes. "We've got to figure this out," Archer said, breaking the stillness. His voice was quiet but steady, a quiet determination behind it that Charlotte could feel even without looking at him. Charlotte turned to face him, her heart giving a small flutter in her chest. "I know," she said softly. But how? She had been asking herself the same question. How could they move forward when so many things were still uncertain? How could they bridge the gap between their worlds? Between the pressures of family expectations, her father's disapproval, and Archer's own internal struggles with his past and his self-worth? There were no easy answers, no simple solutions, but somehow, they both knew that the effort had to come from both sides. It had to come from them. Archer let out a slow breath and ran a hand through his hair. "I don't have all the answers, but I want to try, Charlotte. I want to try for us. I've never cared about something this much in my life, and I know I messed up before. With my family, with you. But I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make this work." Charlotte's heart ached with a mixture of gratitude and lingering uncertainty. She had seen the vulnerability in Archer that he rarely let anyone see. The man who had once been so confident, so sure of himself, now seemed unsure, hesitant even. She understood why. He had lived a life that demanded perfection. A life where failure wasn't an option. Yet with her, he was learning to soften, to open up in ways he hadn't before. And though it scared him, it scared her too, she realized. Because love, true love, had no guarantees. It was a leap into the unknown, a choice to trust when every part of her wanted to shield her heart from the inevitable pain. "I'm scared, Archer," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Scared that we're going to hurt each other again. Scared that I'm not enough. That you're not enough." The words hung in the air, raw and unfiltered. They were the fears that had been gnawing at her for weeks, ever since the first kiss. The first moment she had let herself believe in something more than just the fleeting attraction. It was easier to stay in the shadows, to protect her heart, than to let herself be vulnerable again. But here, with Archer, it felt different. And yet, the fear remained. Archer reached out, his hand brushing gently against hers. "You are more than enough, Charlotte," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "You've always been more than enough." She looked at him, seeing the sincerity in his eyes. The same sincerity that had made her fall for him in the first place. The same sincerity that, despite all the mess, still existed between them. But there was also something else. Something that had been building in the quiet moments, in the spaces between their conversations. A shared understanding that they had both grown, in their own ways, through the challenges they had faced. There was still so much to learn about each other, still so much left unresolved. Their families, their future, the roles they would play in each other's lives. These things were not easy to navigate. But they had come to realize something crucial. They had to be willing to step up for each other. Charlotte's hand tightened around Archer's, and she found herself smiling softly. "I don't know what the future holds," she said, her voice steady now. "But I'm willing to take the next step. With you. We'll figure it out together." The words were simple, but they carried a weight, a promise that neither of them had been able to fully make before. It was a promise of effort, of learning, of trying. And for the first time, they both knew that no matter how hard it might get, they wouldn't be facing it alone. Unresolved conflict. There were still doubts, still questions that lingered like shadows at the edges of their connection. Family conflicts weren't easily resolved. Charlotte's father wasn't going to suddenly change his opinion of Archer, and Oliver's discomfort with their relationship would take time to heal. The pressure of the future, the expectations of what they were supposed to do and who they were supposed to be, hadn't disappeared overnight. But in that moment, there was an unspoken agreement between them, a quiet understanding that they would face it all together. Archer knew there would be moments of doubt, of frustration, of miscommunication. They would stumble. They would fall. But the foundation they were building now was one of honesty, of shared vulnerability, and above all, trust. That would be enough for now. They didn't need to have everything figured out today. They just needed to be in this moment, with each other. Charlotte's eyes glistened as she nodded. "We're not perfect," she said, "but we can make this work." And for the first time, Archer believed her. He had always been afraid of failure, afraid of letting people down. But with Charlotte, he was learning that it wasn't about perfection. It was about trying, about showing up, even when it was hard. Hopeful ending, as they sat together, hands intertwined. The world outside seemed to fade. The uncertainties of the future, the pressures they faced, they were still there. But for once, they didn't seem so insurmountable. It wasn't about having all the answers. It was about the willingness to keep going, even when they didn't know what the next step would look like. In the quiet stillness of that moment, Charlotte and Archer found something more important than certainty. Hope. The hope that together they could face whatever came next. And in that hope, they found the strength to take the first tentative steps toward a future that was no longer defined by their past mistakes, but by the love they had begun to build, one fragile but unwavering step at a time. Emotional resolution. And hope for the future. The morning sun spilled through the curtains, casting a soft golden light over the room where Archer and Charlotte sat together. The stillness in the air was different now, calm and peaceful. It was a silence filled with understanding, a silence that no longer felt heavy or uncertain. They had come a long way, both individually and together, and now, as they sat side by side, there was a quiet sense of resolution between them. It wasn't the kind of resolution where everything was perfect. where all the problems were solved or the questions answered, but it was a resolution of sorts. The understanding that they had faced their struggles, their doubts, and their fears, and had emerged stronger for it. Archer's hand rested on the bed, just inches from Charlotte's. There was no rush to bridge the space between them, no need for words to fill the gap. They had spent months trying to find their way to this point, and now they simply existed together in the quiet aftermath of it all. Archer had spent so much of his life running, away from his feelings, away from his responsibilities, and most importantly, away from the part of himself that was afraid of failure. But with Charlotte, he was learning to stay, to sit in the discomfort of vulnerability, and to let go of the need to control everything. Charlotte, too, had grown. She had spent years trying to live up to everyone's expectations, hiding behind a mask of perfection to avoid facing the fear of being let down. But with Archer, she had learned that love wasn't about perfection. It was about showing up, being real, and daring to trust even when it was hard. She no longer felt the pressure to be everything for everyone. She had finally learned that it was okay to put herself first sometimes, to own her emotions, and to let them guide her. Together, they had made it through some of their most difficult moments. They had faced their family's judgments, their own insecurities, and the challenges of trying to navigate a relationship in the midst of all that chaos. But it wasn't just about surviving those moments. It was about how they had faced them together, with honesty, patience, and a willingness to keep trying. And now, as they sat there side by side, there was a deep sense of peace. It was the kind of peace that came from knowing they had done the hard work, that they had been real with each other, and that they had built something worth holding on to. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't easy, but it was theirs. It was a bond forged through trials, through laughter, through mistakes, and through forgiveness. The future, of course, still held uncertainties. They both knew that. There would still be moments of doubt, of pain, of fear. But for the first time, they both knew that they were willing to face those moments together. They were no longer just two people clinging to each other for comfort. They had become a team, not in the idealized romantic sense, but in the real, gritty sense of the word. They had come to understand each other's flaws, their deepest fears, and their dreams for the future, and through it all, they had chosen to stay. Future outlook. As the days stretched ahead, both Charlotte and Archer had their own journeys to continue. They would still face challenges, still be tested by their families, by their personal struggles, and by the world around them. But they had something now that they hadn't before. A foundation. For Archer, it was the understanding that he could be more than just the sum of his past mistakes. He had learned that his worth didn't depend on the approval of his father or the expectations of those around him. His value came from his willingness to change, to try, and to be there for the people he loved. For Charlotte, the future held the promise of self-discovery. She had spent so much time trying to fit into the mold that others had set for her, but now she knew that she was allowed to forge her own path. The road ahead would still have its challenges, but Charlotte felt a quiet confidence that came from knowing who she was, and more importantly, who she was becoming. They didn't have all the answers, but that was part of the beauty of it. Life was a journey, and they had already walked through some of its hardest moments side by side. Now, they stood at the threshold of something new, with the understanding that the future was theirs to shape, together. Key takeaway. What Charlotte and Archer had learned was that love, true love, wasn't about perfection. It wasn't about having all the answers or being free of mistakes. Love was a commitment to growth, to self-discovery, and to each other. It was about showing up, even when things were hard, and trusting that you were both capable of navigating the storm together. Their relationship wasn't perfect. They both had their flaws, their insecurities, their pasts. But it was theirs. And that was enough. In the end, what mattered most wasn't the perfection of the journey, but the willingness to take it together. They had learned that family didn't always come in the forms they expected. Sometimes, it came in the form of someone who challenged you, who made you question everything you thought you knew. Sometimes, family was the person who held your hand when you were at your lowest and celebrated with you when you reached the highest peaks. And that was the kind of love Charlotte and Archer had. Real, messy, and beautiful in its own way. As they sat there, hand in hand, their hearts filled with the quiet understanding that no matter what the future held, they were ready to face it together. A new beginning. The morning light crept through the blinds, casting long shadows on the desk where Charlotte sat, her textbooks and papers scattered across the surface like remnants of her last-ditch effort to prepare for the day. Her fingers rested heavily on the spine of her biology textbook, but her mind was elsewhere. She didn't want to think about the assignment that was due, the exam she hadn't studied for, or the relentless pressure that seemed to follow her every move. Charlotte closed her eyes, willing herself to gather the strength to get through another day. It wasn't just the academic stress. No, it was something else that gnawed at her from the inside, something that had been weighing on her for days. She was caught in a maze of emotions, each one more confusing than the last. The fear of facing Nathaniel again, the unease that settled in her chest every time she saw him, was one of the most overwhelming feelings of all. Nathaniel was impossible to ignore, but her relationship with him was like walking on a tightrope. One wrong move, one wrong word, and it could all come crashing down. Her phone buzzed on the desk. It was a message from Archer, as usual, his words a comforting balm to her frayed nerves. She smiled, albeit weakly, at the simple message. "Good luck today, you've got this. I'll see you after class." It was a small gesture, but it reminded her that there was someone who believed in her, someone who didn't expect her to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders. But, as comforting as Archer's words were, they couldn't shield her from the unavoidable encounter with Nathaniel. Not today. With a long sigh, Charlotte pushed herself away from the desk, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. She grabbed her bag and left the room, closing the door behind her. The day awaited, and she had to face it, one step at a time. As Charlotte entered the lecture hall, her eyes instinctively darted to the back of the room. There he was, Nathaniel, sitting with his usual group of friends, exuding confidence in that way that made her feel both invisible and overly exposed at the same time. She tried to focus on the board as the professor began speaking, but her attention kept wandering back to him. It wasn't the first time Nathaniel had caught her off guard, nor would it be the last. He always had a way of doing that, of showing up when she least expected it, and throwing her into a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions she wasn't ready to confront. He always seemed so at ease, so effortless in his confidence. And yet Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling that beneath that smooth exterior lay something more dangerous, a storm she wasn't sure she could weather. She was yanked from her thoughts when the professor dismissed the class, the abrupt sound of his voice like a wake-up call. The students around her began gathering their things, and just as she was about to slip away unnoticed, she heard it. That voice, smooth yet insistent, coming from behind her. "Hey, Charlotte." Nathaniel's voice drifted into her space, like a sudden gust of wind she couldn't escape. Charlotte stiffened but didn't turn around. She didn't need to see him to know who it was. "Nathaniel," she responded, her voice tight, forced. "Are you sick? You don't look well." His words, though seemingly innocent, sent a ripple of frustration through her. His tone was almost patronizing, his gaze too calculating for her comfort. He was always so concerned, so observant, and yet so unaware of the turmoil he caused inside her. Her pulse quickened, and her breath became shallow. The words she wanted to say were caught in her throat. "What do you know about how I feel?" But she forced them down. She wasn't ready for this confrontation. Not today. "I'm fine," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil. She grabbed her bag and moved toward the exit. She couldn't bear another second of being trapped in the tension he created. First love. Later that afternoon, Charlotte found herself in the dining hall, hoping to escape the cloud of unease that had followed her all day. She stood in line, at the buffet, her eyes fixed on the fries. It was the one thing that had always managed to comfort her. Crispy, salty, golden fries that could chase away the edges of her anxiety, if only for a moment. But before she could get her fill, she heard Nathaniel's voice behind her again. "You know, if you're sick, you should really get soup. Your body needs nutrients, not carbs." Charlotte didn't turn around this time, but the irritation was almost palpable. "I don't need your advice," she thought, but she bit her tongue. "Thanks for the tip," she replied flatly, stepping forward as the line moved. She could already feel the weight of the conversation she didn't want to have settling over her like a storm cloud. As she grabbed her tray and turned, she saw Holly, approaching, a girl who, despite her bright smile and friendly demeanor, always seemed to have something sharp hidden beneath her laughter. She slid into the seat next to Charlotte with an easy grace that made Charlotte's stomach twist. "Hey, you're the famous Charlotte, right?" Holly's voice was warm, but there was an edge to it that Charlotte couldn't quite place. "Famous?" Charlotte echoed, unsure of how to respond. Her heart skipped a beat at the mention of Archer's name. Holly laughed, but Charlotte could hear the hint of judgment in it. "Yeah, you tamed the beast. I never thought we'd see the day Archer settled down." Charlotte felt the air in her lungs freeze. Tamed the beast. The words felt like a jab, though she wasn't sure if it was intentional. She forced herself to smile, but the tension in her shoulders remained. "Everything okay?" Holly asked after a moment, her voice softening. Charlotte nodded weakly, trying to ignore the burning sensation in her chest. "Yeah, just a little sensitive today." Holly's expression shifted into something more understanding. "I get it. Trust me, I had a meltdown last week over chocolate. You'll be fine." For the first time all day, Charlotte felt a hint of relief. Holly's words were a balm to her jagged nerves, and for a moment, she forgot about Nathaniel, about the complicated feelings churning inside her. She let out a small laugh, her shoulders relaxing. But then, as if to undo that moment of peace, The door to the dining hall opened, and there stood Archer, his presence a magnet for her emotions. The sight of him filled her chest with warmth, and she felt the weight in her heart lift, if only slightly. But even in that moment, something lingered, a quiet question she wasn't ready to answer. Did she truly love Archer? Or was she just running away from the chaos inside her? The one thing she knew for certain was that nothing about her relationship with him felt simple, and maybe that was the most terrifying part of it all. The turning point. Charlotte had barely settled into her seat, feeling the weight of her own thoughts pressing down on her, when she saw him. Archer. His tall frame filled the doorway, his presence as magnetic as ever. His easy smile and the warmth in his eyes always managed to calm her, even in the midst of chaos. He was the anchor she hadn't realized she needed, the grounding force that pulled her back when her world tilted too far off course. As he spotted her, his gaze softened, and a slight lift of his lips marked the corner of his mouth, a silent promise that he was there. Charlotte's heart fluttered with a feeling she had only just begun to recognize, an overwhelming sense of being seen, not just as the girl trying to keep everything together, but as someone worthy of protection. She felt the tension in her shoulders ease, her breath becoming steadier as if he had simply walked in and taken the weight of the world from her shoulders. But then, her gaze shifted back to Nathaniel, and her stomach dropped. She could see that the dynamic between them had shifted in ways she wasn't ready to confront. Nathaniel, still lingering near the table, was no longer the confident, aloof figure she had grown used to. There was something darker in his eyes now, an edge she couldn't quite place. She looked back at Archer, who had already started walking toward her, his steady stride cutting through the space between them like a shield. When he reached her side, there was no hesitation. Without a word, he placed a hand on the back of her chair, his fingers brushing lightly against her shoulder, a simple, protective gesture that spoke volumes. Charlotte glanced up at him, her eyes filled with gratitude and an unspoken question. Did he know how much this meant to her? Did he know that this small act was a reminder that she didn't have to face everything alone? Everything okay? Archer's voice was soft, yet filled with a quiet authority. It wasn't just concern. It was a gentle insistence that she let him in, let him protect her. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, still feeling the burn of Holly's words, the unspoken tension in the room. But then, slowly, she nodded. Yeah. Just a bit of a rough day, she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. She wasn't ready to spill all of the anxiety she had been holding in, but she could sense that Archer was waiting for her to let him in, just as he always had. He didn't push her. Instead, he leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a lower register. If you need anything at all, I've got your back. His words were simple, but there was an intensity in them, an understanding that went beyond the surface. Archer wasn't just offering his physical presence. He was offering her his unwavering support, his quiet strength that she hadn't realized she'd been craving. Charlotte's heart stuttered. She could feel the warmth of his presence wrapping around her, a shield against everything that had been clouding her mind. She tried to ignore the fleeting glance she saw from Nathaniel across the room, the way his eyes darkened just slightly, as if his territory had been invaded. But in that moment, Charlotte didn't care. For the first time, she felt the stirrings of something more than just the faint flutter of affection she had felt for Archer. It was a deeper feeling, one that was slowly, but surely, creeping into her heart. Could this be love? She wondered, though part of her was hesitant to name. Was she ready to let go of the uncertainty that had plagued her for so long? Nathaniel's voice broke her from her thoughts. You're with him now, aren't you? His words were casual, but the edge of bitterness in them cut through the air. Charlotte looked up at him, her stomach twisting. Archer's jaw tightened at the challenge, his stance solidifying as he faced Nathaniel with a quiet authority. She doesn't owe you anything, Archer said firmly, his eyes never leaving Nathaniel's. There was no anger in his voice, just a calm, unwavering confidence that Charlotte had come to admire. For a moment, everything seemed to pause. The world around them blurred, and Charlotte could only focus on the two men, one offering protection and love, the other presenting a silent challenge. It wasn't just a confrontation between them. It was a reminder of how much her own heart had been caught in the middle of this tangled web. But as much as Nathaniel's presence unsettled her, she found comfort in Archer's steady, unshakable presence by her side. She could feel the muscles in her neck relaxing, the tightness in her chest easing with every passing second that Archer stood beside her, the quiet shield between her and the uncertainty Nathaniel seemed to carry with him. Archer's gaze softened when he turned back to her, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. You don't have to explain anything to him. Charlotte, he said quietly, his voice barely more than a whisper, meant only for her. I'm here. Always. The sincerity in his words melted the walls Charlotte had built around her heart. She had always been so guarded, so unsure of letting anyone in. But in that moment, with Archer's quiet confidence and the warmth radiating from him, she felt something shift. She wasn't alone. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough for now. As the tension in the air dissipated, Charlotte felt a quiet relief wash over her. She could face Nathaniel, the storm inside her, and all the complexities of her emotions, but not alone. Not anymore. And that was the first step toward something she wasn't ready to fully understand, but she could feel it in her bones. A beginning, a new chapter. The kind of love that Archer was offering, quiet, protective, understanding, wasn't what she had expected, but maybe it was exactly what she needed. The weight of doubt and fear. The days following that intense confrontation with Nathaniel felt like an eternity, yet at the same time they passed in a blur. Charlotte was caught between the warmth of Archer's comforting presence and the unsettling feeling that had been lingering in her heart. She knew that something between them had shifted, but she couldn't quite grasp what it was, or if it was even something she was ready to accept. She had always been someone who wore her emotions like armor, hiding the vulnerability beneath layers of indifference. But now, with Archer around, she felt that armor beginning to crack. In those quiet moments they spent together, whether in the library or on walks through the park, Charlotte couldn't help but feel an overwhelming mix of comfort and fear. It was the kind of love that crept up on you, gentle and persistent, yet terrifying in its depth. But was it real? Or was it just a temporary respite from the chaos inside her? Tonight, Charlotte sat alone in her room, staring at the window as the soft glow of the moon filtered in through the curtains. The stillness of the night felt almost suffocating, a quiet reminder of the uncertainty she couldn't escape. She had spent hours replaying the events of the past few days, trying to make sense of everything. The connection with Archer, the tension with Nathaniel, the unsettling words Holly had spoken to her. She couldn't help but feel torn. On one hand, there was Archer. His presence, though calm and unwavering, was also an anchor that seemed to pull her deeper into the waters of emotions she wasn't sure she knew how to navigate. He had always been there for her, offering his quiet strength without question. But in those moments when they were alone, when their eyes met and he said things like, "I'm here for you. Always." She felt her heart swell with a mixture of warmth and panic. What if she couldn't live up to his expectations? What if she wasn't enough for him? The fear of inadequacy was a constant companion, whispering doubts into her mind when she least expected it. She had been hurt before, and she had learned to build walls to protect herself from the pain of opening up to someone fully. Yet Archer seemed to make those walls crumble with each passing day, and that scared her more than anything. Was she ready for that kind of vulnerability? Charlotte's fingers gripped the edge of the windowsill, her nails digging into the wood as she tried to steady her thoughts. She had always been someone who prided herself on being independent, on keeping her emotions in check. But with Archer, it was different. His presence had the power to undo everything she thought she knew about herself. Her heart ached with the weight of the unspoken words between them. "I want this," she thought, "but I'm afraid." Her mind drifted back to the moments with Archer, those quiet exchanges that seemed to speak volumes. He had been patient with her, understanding in a way she had never experienced. He saw her, truly saw her, in a way no one else had. But that didn't make the fear go away. It only amplified it. Because the more she allowed herself to care for him, the more she stood to lose if things fell apart. And then there was Nathaniel. The unspoken tension between them hung heavily in the air, an invisible thread that seemed to pull Charlotte in two opposing directions. She had always thought that her connection with Nathaniel was something unique, something she couldn't quite explain. But now, seeing how things had shifted, she couldn't help but feel that their relationship was based more on unspoken expectations than anything real. What had she truly wanted from him? She couldn't answer that question, and it frustrated her more than anything. He had always been the one who pushed her to confront herself, to dig deeper into her own fears and insecurities. But had he ever truly understood her? Or had he only been another distraction? Another way to avoid facing the things she was too afraid to confront? Charlotte closed her eyes, her mind swirling with confusion and doubt. She didn't know what to feel anymore. Her heart longed for the peace that came with Archer's presence, but there was still a part of her that clung to the familiar chaos of Nathaniel. She wasn't sure she was ready to let go of that part of herself yet. The door to her room creaked open, and Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Archer stepped inside, his silhouette framed by the soft glow of the hallway light. "I thought you might be up," he said softly, his voice low and comforting. Charlotte didn't answer at first. She didn't know how to explain the whirlwind of emotions that had been consuming her. How could she tell him that she was terrified of loving him, that she was afraid of opening herself up only to have him walk away when she was at her most vulnerable? He seemed to sense the heaviness in the room, and without a word, he moved closer, sitting beside her on the window seat. The quiet between them was thick, filled with the weight of unspoken things. "Charlotte," he said after a long pause, his voice barely more than a whisper, "you don't have to be afraid. I'm not going anywhere." Her breath caught in her throat, the raw sincerity in his words breaking down the walls she had so carefully constructed. "I don't know how to do this," Charlotte admitted, her voice trembling slightly. "I don't know how to be vulnerable, how to trust that this isn't just going to fall apart like everything else." Archer's hand found hers, his fingers wrapping around hers in a gesture so simple, yet so full of meaning. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to take it one step at a time, and I'll be right here with you, every step of the way. The warmth of his hand, the steady pressure of his fingers, was like a lifeline, a quiet promise that she wasn't alone in this. But still, the fear lingered, like a shadow at the edge of her mind, reminding her that nothing in life was ever certain. And yet, despite the doubts that crowded her thoughts, something inside her shifted. Maybe love wasn't about having all the answers. Maybe it was about learning to trust, even when it felt impossible. "I don't want to lose you," Charlotte whispered, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. "You won't," Archer replied, his voice gentle yet firm. "Not if we don't let go." For the first time in what felt like forever, Charlotte allowed herself to believe in that promise. And though the fear and the uncertainty were still there, lingering in the background, she couldn't deny the comfort of knowing she wasn't facing them alone. Maybe, just maybe, this was the beginning of something real. The unspoken connection. The days following their late-night conversation in Charlotte's room felt like a strange mixture of relief and tension. Things between her and Archer had shifted, but the change wasn't as obvious as she had imagined it would be. It wasn't a grand gesture, nor was it a single dramatic moment that defined the beginning of something real. Instead, it was in the subtle shifts, the small gestures, the unspoken moments of understanding that began to thread their way into the fabric of their relationship. The first signs of this new understanding came in the form of silence. At first, Charlotte had been uneasy with the quiet that often fell between them. She had always been someone who filled space with words, her thoughts tumbling out in a stream of constant motion. But with Archer, it was different. The silence between them didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, it felt comforting. There was something about the way he looked at her during those silences, something that told her he wasn't judging, wasn't waiting for her to say the right thing, wasn't expecting anything at all. It was as if he understood that sometimes words weren't necessary. And when they did speak, their conversations often ventured into territory neither of them had expected. One evening, after a long week of school, Archer had invited Charlotte over to his house. It wasn't a big deal, just a casual invitation, but for Charlotte, it felt like an important step. She had never really allowed herself to become too close to anyone, let alone invite them into her space. But there was something different about Archer, something that made her want to open up, to show him more than just the surface version of herself. When she arrived at his house, she was surprised by how comfortable it felt. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with novels and old records. There was a cozy fireplace in the corner, crackling softly, adding a warm glow to the room. The scent of old leather and pine lingered in the air, giving the space a timeless, almost familiar feeling. Archer was in the kitchen, the soft sound of chopping vegetables mixing with the murmur of low music playing in the background. Charlotte stood in the doorway for a moment, watching him move around the room. His presence, so calm and unassuming, was enough to make her heart race a little. It was funny how, despite all the confusion and fear she had felt before, she now found herself drawn to him with a sense of peace she couldn't explain. "You're here," Archer said, looking up with a small smile as Charlotte stepped into the room. "Yeah," she replied, her voice softer than she intended. "It's nice here. Feels different." He chuckled, wiping his hands on a towel before setting the knife down. "Different good or different weird?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Good," Charlotte said with a small smile. "Definitely good." They shared a quiet moment, neither of them feeling the need to fill the silence with forced words. It was moments like this that made Charlotte realize just how much Archer's presence had become a comfort to her. There was a safety in being around him, a safety that allowed her to relax in ways she hadn't in a long time. As the evening wore on, they sat at the small dining table, eating the meal Archer had prepared. There were no fancy dishes or elaborate settings, just 2 plates of pasta, a simple salad, and a bottle of wine they shared between them. It was the simplicity of it that made everything feel right. The conversation drifted from one topic to another, and Charlotte found herself sharing things she hadn't intended to. She told him about her childhood, about the pressure she had always felt to be perfect, about the fears she had carried with her for as long as she could remember. Archer listened, really listened to every word. His eyes didn't waver. His gaze, steady and understanding. And when she finished, when the words had all spilled out, he didn't offer any advice or try to fix anything. He simply reached across the table, his hand finding hers in a gentle touch that sent a ripple of warmth through her. "I can't imagine what that must have been like," he said softly, his voice low but filled with empathy. "But I'm glad you're here now." Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't expected him to say that, hadn't expected him to be so understanding. It was as if he saw her, not just the version of her she showed to the world, but the version that was fragile and afraid, the one she kept hidden deep inside. "I don't know what I'm doing sometimes," Charlotte admitted, her voice almost a whisper. "I don't know what I'm supposed to feel or what I'm supposed to want." "You don't have to know right now," Archer replied, his grip tightening around her hand. "We can figure it out together. No rush." Charlotte felt a wave of relief wash over her. The way he spoke, so casually, yet with such sincerity, made her feel like maybe she didn't have to have it all figured out. Maybe it was okay to just take things one step at a time. The night stretched on, filled with quiet moments and gentle laughter. They talked about their favorite books, the movies they loved, and the strange little things that had shaped them into who they were. It wasn't a deep conversation, but it felt important. It was as though they were building something, piece by piece, without even realizing it. As the evening drew to a close, Charlotte found herself standing by the door, her coat in hand. Archer walked her to the entrance, his presence solid and steady beside her. He hesitated for a moment before leaning in, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. "Thanks for coming over," he said quietly. Charlotte smiled, her heart racing a little. "I'm glad I did." Before she could stop herself, she added, "I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm happy I'm doing it with you." Archer's smile deepened, and for a moment, the world outside seemed to fade away. In that simple exchange, Charlotte felt a sense of connection that went beyond words, a sense of understanding that spoke to something deeper within her. And though the path ahead wasn't clear, and there were still so many things left unsaid, for the first time in a long time, Charlotte felt like she was exactly where she was meant to be, with Archer. And maybe that was all she needed to know. The wee, unexpected shift. The rain had started to fall softly that afternoon. a light drizzle that mirrored the quiet sense of tension that had settled between Charlotte and Archer over the past few days. Their connection had grown stronger with each passing moment, but something about the quiet of their interactions lately had left Charlotte feeling uneasy, like she was waiting for something, but she wasn't sure what. The days had been smooth, full of small moments that felt like they could stretch into forever. But Charlotte knew that relationships weren't just built on sweet words and tender moments. They were built on the test that life threw at them, the unexpected challenges that revealed what was really beneath the surface. It was on a late afternoon, after a long day of classes, when Charlotte felt it hit her unexpectedly. The familiar discomfort in her lower abdomen, a sharp, throbbing pain, followed by the heaviness that always came with the start of her period. She had tried to ignore it, telling herself it would pass soon, but the cramps were unbearable. She tried to focus on her work, but the pain was relentless, and soon her head felt dizzy from the strain. It was as if her body had betrayed her, and she was left grappling with the overwhelming physical discomfort, her mind struggling to find a way through it. Archer had texted her earlier in the day, asking if she wanted to meet up, but she had made up an excuse. She didn't want to see him like this, weak, vulnerable, and not her best self. Yet as the pain worsened, something in her changed. Maybe it was the feeling of isolation creeping in, or maybe it was the overwhelming need to be taken care of. She found herself reaching for her phone, sending him a simple message. "I'm not feeling well. Can you come over?" She didn't expect him to come running to her aid, but when she heard the familiar sound of his knock on the door a few minutes later, her heart skipped a beat. She opened the door, trying to muster up a smile, but the pain made it hard to pretend. Archer's eyes immediately softened when he saw her, and it was like a switch flipped within him. "Charlotte, you look pale," he said, his voice laced with concern as he stepped inside, closing the door behind him. "Are you okay?" She shook her head, not trusting herself to speak. She felt embarrassed, a little exposed in her discomfort, but something about the way Archer looked at her, the way he didn't look at her with judgment, but with care, made her feel safe. It was like all her previous walls were crumbling, and she didn't know how to hold them up anymore. "I'm fine," she lied, trying to stand a little straighter, but it only made the pain worse. She winced, her hand clutching her stomach, and Archer was at her side in an instant. "Don't lie to me," he said gently, his hand coming to rest on her shoulder. "You don't have to pretend with me, Charlotte. Let me help you." Charlotte felt a lump form in her throat as she looked up at him. She had always prided herself on being strong, independent, never needing anyone to take care of her. But in that moment, she realized how much she needed him, how much she wanted to be cared for, especially by someone who saw her without pretense, without any expectation. "I don't want to bother you," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're not bothering me," Archer replied, his voice soft but firm. He guided her to the couch, sitting beside her. "I want to be here for you." Charlotte blinked, her chest tightening at the sincerity in his words. She had always been afraid of relying on anyone, afraid that letting herself depend on someone else would make her weak. But Archer's presence didn't make her feel weak. It made her feel seen, understood in a way that was both unfamiliar and comforting. As the cramps worsened, Archer went to the kitchen to get her some tea, something warm to soothe her. When he returned, he sat with her in silence for a moment, allowing her to gather herself. She could feel the weight of his attention on her, but it wasn't heavy. It was gentle, like he was holding her in a space where she could feel her emotions, without fear of judgment. After a while, he placed the steaming mug of tea in her hands and sat beside her. "Drink this," he encouraged softly. "It'll help." Charlotte took the mug, the warmth of the tea comforting her in a way she hadn't expected. As she sipped it, she felt her tense muscles start to relax, the sharp pain in her abdomen slowly ebbing away. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice hoarse, from the emotion that had suddenly welled up inside her. Archer reached over, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. "You don't have to thank me," he said, his voice low and steady. "I care about you, Charlotte, and I want to help you in every way I can." His words were a balm to her soul, and she felt herself start to cry, not from the pain, but from the relief of finally being able to let go. She had spent so long trying to maintain control, to keep everything in order, but in that moment, with Archer by her side, she allowed herself to feel vulnerable. She set the mug down, her hands trembling slightly, and looked at him with eyes that were full of gratitude and something deeper, something that resembled trust. "I don't know what I'd do without you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "I've never had anyone care for me like this." Archer's expression softened, and he reached out to take her hand in his touch reassuring and steady. "I'm not going anywhere, Charlotte. You don't have to go through this alone." For the first time in what felt like forever, Charlotte allowed herself to believe him. She allowed herself to believe that it was okay to let someone in, to accept, help, to trust. The walls she had built around her heart, the ones she thought were impenetrable, were slowly crumbling, piece by piece. And with each passing moment, she realized that what she was building with Archer wasn't just a relationship. It was a partnership, one that was grounded in mutual respect, understanding, and an undeniable connection. As the evening stretched on, they sat together, quietly, the pain subsiding as the warmth of the tea and Archer's presence soothed her. The storm outside had passed, and Charlotte realized that what had once felt like a moment of weakness had turned into one of the most transformative experiences of her life. She was no longer afraid to let someone in, to lean on them when she needed to. And in return, she knew that Archer would be there for her, not just in the easy moments, but in the hard ones too. For the first time in a long time, Charlotte felt at peace. Confessions and the healing steps forward. The days that followed Charlotte's moment of vulnerability with Archer were quiet, but there was a subtle shift in the air between them, something unspoken but deeply felt. Their connection had deepened in ways Charlotte had never anticipated. It wasn't just the physical closeness or the way they held each other during the difficult moments. It was the trust, the rawness that had started to bloom between them. But as with all great transformations, the path forward wasn't without its obstacles. It was a crisp evening when the conversation finally came. Archer had been quieter than usual, and Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling that something was weighing on him. She had learned to read him, just as he had learned to read her. And tonight, she sensed a certain tension in the way he moved, the way his eyes occasionally met hers, only to quickly look away. She had been waiting for this moment, knowing that Archer would eventually have something to say, something important. They had spent the afternoon together, doing little things, sharing stories, walking through the park, enjoying the easy silence that had become so comforting. But now, as they sat together on the porch of his house, The sun slowly sinking below the horizon, the weight of the moment became undeniable. Charlotte noticed Archer's hands fidgeting nervously in his lap, his fingers drumming softly against his knees. He had been distant for a while, but not in a way that suggested he was pulling away. No, this was different. It was the kind of distance that came from internal conflict, the kind that said there was something deeper inside, something important that needed to be said. "Archer," Charlotte finally said, her voice soft but filled with concern. "What's going on? You've been quiet." He hesitated, his gaze dropping to the ground as if he were gathering the courage to say something that had been eating away at him. Charlotte felt her heart begin to race, the uncertainty in his eyes making her chest tighten. "I don't know how to say this," Archer began, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I think it's time I tell you how I feel. How I really feel." Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. Her mind raced as she tried to make sense of the words he hadn't even spoken yet. She had known this moment was coming. She could feel it in the air, like an approaching storm. But the suddenness of it still made her pulse quicken. She hadn't realized how much she'd been holding her breath, waiting for him to say these words, for him to finally express what she had come to feel too. "Charlotte," Archer continued, his voice growing steadier as he spoke. "I know we've had our ups and downs. We've both been through things that have shaped us, that have made it hard to trust, to open up fully to each other. But I can't keep pretending like I don't feel something real for you." He paused, looking up at her then, his eyes locking onto hers with a seriousness that made her heart flutter. "I love you," he said, the words simple yet heavy with meaning. "I love you in a way that goes beyond the things we've been through, beyond the surface. I've never felt like this before, and it scares me, but I can't ignore it anymore." The words hung in the air, powerful and profound, reverberating through the space between them. Charlotte felt her heart skip a beat, then another, as the truth of his confession settled into her chest. She had expected it, and yet hearing it out loud made it feel all the more real, all the more undeniable. Archer, the man who had been her anchor, her confidant, her constant, had just laid his heart bare in front of her. And for the first time, Charlotte understood the depth of her own feelings. She swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. Her chest ached with a mixture of fear and longing, the vulnerability in his words stirring something deep inside her. This was what she had been avoiding, what she had been so afraid to confront. The possibility that she had allowed herself to love someone in a way she hadn't thought possible. And now, as Archer waited for her response, Charlotte realized that she had to confront it too. She had to confront her own fears and doubts if she was going to move forward with him. I don't know what to say," Charlotte said, her voice trembling slightly. "I've been so afraid of this, of letting myself fall for you. I've been afraid that it would end, that I would get hurt. But I can't deny it anymore either." She paused, taking a deep breath, gathering her thoughts and her courage. "I love you too, Archer. I've just been too scared to admit it to myself." A wave of relief washed over Archer's face, and for a moment, he simply smiled at her, his expression softening. He reached for her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers, grounding her in the reality of what they were sharing. "I'm not going anywhere," he said quietly, his voice filled with a tenderness that made Charlotte's heart ache in the best possible way. "We'll face everything together, Charlotte. I'm here for you, through all of it. I love you, and I want to build something real with you. Charlotte looked at him, her heart swelling with emotions she couldn't fully articulate. It was as if a dam had broken inside her, releasing all the love, all the fears, all the hopes she had kept hidden for so long. This wasn't just about love. It was about trust, about two people finally stepping into the light of something real, something unbreakable. "I'm scared too," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I want this. I want us." And just like that, with those simple words, the unspoken walls that had held them back for so long began to crumble. They had both been afraid, both uncertain, but in each other, they found the strength to face their vulnerabilities. And in that moment, sitting together on the porch, surrounded by the quiet of the night, Charlotte knew that whatever came next, they would be able to face it together, no longer as two people holding back, but as two hearts beating in unison, ready to take on whatever the future held. For the first time in a long time, Charlotte felt like she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Right there, with Archer. In the warmth of his love and in the safety of his arms. The journey wasn't over, but it had taken a turn toward something deeper, something worth fighting for. And for the first time in a long time, Charlotte believed that they could heal together, that their love could be enough to carry them through whatever obstacles life threw their way. Challenges from family, a heartfelt confrontation. The tranquility that Charlotte had found in Archer's love was about to be disrupted, not by outside forces, but by the complexities that came with family. In the time they had been together, she had come to rely on Archer as her source of comfort and strength. But as the relationship deepened, something new began to surface. A quiet undercurrent of tension from her family, particularly from her brother, Oliver. Oliver had always been the protective older sibling, the one who looked out for Charlotte when their parents were too busy or too distracted to notice. She'd grown accustomed to his overbearing nature, his desire to shield her from anything that could potentially hurt her. But this protectiveness, once a source of comfort, had morphed into something else, something darker. Oliver's feelings toward Archer, which had been neutral at best, began to shift as he observed the growing closeness between his sister and her boyfriend. It was clear that Oliver was struggling, though he never voiced his concerns outright. He wasn't the type to express vulnerability easily, and his pride often stood in the way of honest conversations. But Charlotte could see it in his eyes, the subtle shift in his demeanor whenever Archer was around, the way he seemed to avoid her whenever the topic of her relationship came up. It wasn't just the usual teasing. There was something deeper, more painful beneath the surface. One evening, as Charlotte and Archer were finishing dinner at her parents' house, Oliver's presence in the room became suffocating. His silence was deafening, and his cold stare at Archer was impossible to ignore. Charlotte could feel the tension building, the air thick with unspoken words. It was only a matter of time before things came to a head. Finally, after dinner, when the house had quieted down, Charlotte found herself alone with Oliver in the living room. He was sitting on the couch, his gaze fixed on the television, though it was clear he wasn't watching anything. Charlotte hesitated for a moment before sitting down beside him, her heart racing with the anticipation of what was about to unfold. "Oliver," she began, her voice tentative. "I need to know what's going on with you. You've been acting strange around me and Archer. Is there something you want to talk about?" Oliver shifted uncomfortably, his eyes avoiding hers as he let out a long sigh. "I don't know what you're talking about," he muttered, though the defensiveness in his tone was unmistakable. Charlotte studied him for a moment, the frustration rising within her. She had always been able to talk to Oliver, always known when something was off. But this silence, this distance, it was different. "Don't do this," she said softly, her voice gentle but firm. "I can tell something's wrong, and I'm not going to let you shut me out. You've always been there for me, but right now, you're pushing me away." "Why?" There was a long pause, during which Oliver seemed to wrestle with himself. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and filled with emotion. "I'm just trying to protect you, Charlotte," he admitted, his voice cracking slightly. "I know you think I'm being overbearing, but I don't trust him. I don't trust Archer. Not the way you do." Charlotte's heart sank as the weight of his words hit her. "What do you mean you don't trust him?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Archer loves me. He's been nothing but kind and patient with me. He's been there when no one else was. Why can't you see that?" Oliver turned to face her then, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and something else, something that Charlotte could only describe as fear. "It's not about him, Charlotte. It's about you. I see how you are with him, and it scares me. You've always been so strong, so independent. But now you're losing yourself. You're depending on him too much. I don't want to see you get hurt. You don't know him the way I do." Charlotte recoiled slightly, the hurt evident in her eyes. "What are you talking about? You don't know him at all. You don't know how much he means to me." Oliver's face softened then, and for the first time, she saw the raw vulnerability in his eyes. "I'm just trying to protect you. Char, I'm scared of losing you. You've always been mine to look after, and now I see you giving yourself to someone else, someone who might not care for you the way I do. I'm scared of being left behind." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, Charlotte was silent, processing everything her brother had said. The realization hit her like a wave. Oliver wasn't just worried about Archer. He was afraid of losing his role in her life. He was afraid of change, of watching his sister move forward in a way that left him behind. "Oliver," Charlotte said softly, her voice trembling with emotion, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm still your sister. I still need you, but I need you to understand that I have to live my own life. I can't keep holding on to the past, to the way things used to be. I need you to trust me, to trust my judgment. Archer is part of my life now, and if you want to be a part of it, you'll have to accept that." For a long time, Oliver didn't respond. The silence between them felt heavy, but Charlotte refused to back down. She knew that for her relationship with Archer to flourish, she had to find a way to heal the rift with Oliver, to show him that she wasn't abandoning him, that she could still love him while also loving someone else. Finally, Oliver sighed and ran a hand through his hair, the tension slowly beginning to drain from his body. "I don't know if I can ever fully trust him," he admitted quietly. "But I trust you, Charlotte, and if you love him, then I'll try. I just want you to be happy." Charlotte reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder, her touch gentle but firm. "I am happy, Ollie, and I want you to be happy too. But we have to do this together as a family. Can we try?" He nodded slowly, his eyes filled with a mixture of regret and hope. "Yeah, I'll try. I just want you to be safe. That's all." As the weight of the conversation lifted, Charlotte felt a sense of peace settle over her. It wasn't going to be easy, and the road ahead would be filled with challenges. But she knew that with Archer by her side and her family starting to come together, they could face anything. Love wasn't just about the good times. It was about weathering the storms together, and Charlotte was ready to do just that. A glimpse of the future and true love. The sun had barely begun to set, casting a soft golden hue over the horizon as Charlotte and Archer sat side by side on the balcony. The world seemed to slow down around them, and the only sound was the distant rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. It was moments like these, when everything felt still, that Charlotte found herself thinking about the future. Archer's hand brushed against hers, and she glanced at him, noticing the gentle smile on his face. There was a familiarity in the way he looked at her now, a sense of security that hadn't been there before. It was the same feeling she had when she realized that she could trust him completely. That trust, however, had come with time, growth, and understanding. They had been through so much already, the tension, the misunderstandings, the moments of doubt. But there was something different now. Their relationship had evolved from fragile beginnings to something stronger, more resilient. But what was? That made her heart beat a little faster when she thought about him, when she imagined a future that wasn't so uncertain. "We've been through a lot, haven't we?" Charlotte said, her voice soft, almost as if she were speaking to herself more than to him. Archer turned to her, his expression thoughtful. "Yeah, but somehow, it feels like we've always been on this path, like we were always supposed to meet each other. Even when things were difficult, even when we didn't understand each other, it still felt right." Charlotte felt her heart skip a beat, the weight of his words settling on her like a warm blanket. The comfort they had found together was undeniable, but there was something else, something that both scared and thrilled her. Love was never just about the good times. It was about choosing to stay, even when things weren't easy. It was about making decisions, big ones, that would shape their lives moving forward. "Do you ever think about what comes next?" Charlotte asked, her eyes searching his. Archer didn't answer immediately, instead taking a deep breath and looking out over the city. There was a slight tension in his jaw, as if he were contemplating something serious, something beyond just the here and now. Finally, he turned back to her, his eyes reflecting the vulnerability she had come to love. "Every day," he said, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "I think about you, about us, and what the future could look like. It's not always clear, Charlotte, but I know I want you there, with me." Her breath caught in her throat as she took in his words. It wasn't just the idea of a future together that struck her. It was the sincerity in his voice, the promise that came with it, the uncertainty, the vulnerability. They were both laying it all out, as raw and real as it could be. And yet, it felt right. It felt like the beginning of something that could last, something worth fighting for. "I want that too," she said quietly, her gaze fixed on his. "But I can't help but wonder if we're ready. I mean, is anyone ever truly ready for the unknown?" Archer smiled gently, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "I don't think anyone is ever completely ready, but I believe that if we face it together, we can make it work. We've already overcome so much. This, the future, it doesn't seem as scary when I know you're by my side." Charlotte leaned into him, her head resting on his shoulder. She could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her cheek, and in that moment, it was the most comforting sound. The future might have been uncertain, but what mattered was their decision to move forward, hand in hand, no matter what. As the evening deepened into night, Charlotte and Archer sat together in the quiet, wrapped in each other's presence. There was so much more to come, so many challenges yet to face. But for now, they didn't need to have all the answers. They didn't need to know what tomorrow would bring. All that mattered was that they had chosen each other, over and over again. And in that choice, they had found the truest kind of love. The kind that wasn't perfect, but was willing to grow, to heal, and to face whatever came next. Together. Healing. Emotions and a bright future. The morning air was crisp and filled with the scent of fresh coffee, a gentle reminder that life had a way of moving forward, even after the storms had passed. Charlotte sat at the kitchen table, her fingers wrapped around a warm mug, her gaze drifting towards the window where the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds. There was something about this moment, this ordinary, quiet morning, that felt extraordinary. Archer, always the early riser, was already at the counter, preparing breakfast. His movements were effortless, a rhythmic dance of routine that somehow brought peace to the chaos of the world around them. She watched him for a moment, her heart swelling with a quiet affection. How had they gotten here? To this place of calm and understanding, to this life they had been slowly building together. It wasn't always easy. There had been moments when doubt crept in, when fear threatened to tear them apart. But with each passing day, they had learned to face those challenges head-on, to embrace the discomfort and find strength in it. Their relationship had evolved, not just in love, but in trust and in the ability to heal together. "Charlotte?" Archer's voice pulled her from her thoughts, his presence beside her suddenly making the room feel warmer, more alive. She looked up at him, her eyes meeting his with a quiet understanding. "Yeah?" He smiled softly, setting the plate of pancakes in front of her. "I've been thinking about the future, about everything we've talked about, and about what we want moving forward." Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She had always feared this conversation, the one where they would have to face the truth of their aspirations, their dreams, and the possibility of it not aligning. But instead, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. She had always known that with Archer it would be different. They had already walked through the storm together. Whatever came next, they would face it as a team. "Go on," she encouraged, her voice steady but filled with curiosity. Archer took a seat across from her, his expression serious, yet full of love. "I know we've both been through a lot, individually and together, but I feel like we've found something real, something worth fighting for. I'm not talking about just today or tomorrow. I'm talking about the years ahead." Charlotte's breath caught in her throat, but she forced herself to listen, to stay present in this moment. The vulnerability in his words, in his eyes, was something she cherished. She had never seen Archer so certain, so resolute in his feelings. "I want to build a future with you," he continued, his voice soft yet powerful. "Not just in terms of career or success, but a life, a family, everything. And I want us to do it together, on our terms. Whatever challenges come our way, we'll face them as a team." Her heart swelled as she listened to him. This wasn't just a conversation about love. It was about partnership, about dreams, about their shared vision for the future. It was the culmination of everything they had been working towards. The moments of doubt, the fears, the difficult conversations. They had led them to this point. "I want that too," Charlotte replied, her voice thick with emotion. She reached across the table, taking his hand in hers. "I've always wanted a future like this. But I need to know. Are we ready? I mean, for everything that comes with it? The ups, the downs." Archer squeezed her hand gently, his eyes never leaving hers. "I don't think anyone can ever be fully ready. But I know that with you by my side, I'm more than ready to face whatever comes. You and me, together. We've already built something so real, Charlotte. And I know deep down that whatever we do, whatever happens, we can make it work." Charlotte felt her chest tighten, her emotions threatening to spill over. For so long, she had kept her heart guarded, afraid of vulnerability. But with Archer, that wall had crumbled piece by piece. She had found something she hadn't even realized she was looking for. A love that wasn't perfect, but one that was real. One that was full of growth and understanding. "I believe that too," she whispered, a tear slipping down her cheek. "I believe in us." They sat in silence for a moment, letting the weight of their words settle between them. Outside, the world continued to spin, the sun climbing higher in the sky, the day stretching out before them. It was a new beginning, one they had both fought for, one they had both chosen. "Have you thought about what comes next?" Charlotte asked, her voice soft but filled with hope. Archer smiled, his eyes lighting up with that familiar spark. "I have. I've thought about everything. I want to build something meaningful with you. We'll take it one step at a time, but together, always." Charlotte leaned forward, her heart full. She had spent so much of her life afraid of the future, of what it might hold. But now, with Archer, she felt a new sense of excitement, a sense that anything was possible. They talked long into the morning, discussing their plans, their dreams, and the future they wanted to create. It wasn't just about the big moments. It was about the small, everyday things that would make up their life together. The laughter, the quiet moments, the challenges they would face side by side. As the day stretched on, Charlotte couldn't help but feel that they had come so far. Their journey had been anything but easy, but every step, every challenge, had brought them closer to this moment, to this future, to this love that was, in its own imperfect way, everything they had both always wanted. And as the sun dipped lower, in the sky, casting a warm glow over them, Charlotte knew that no matter what the future held, she and Archer would face it together, hand in hand, with love, with hope, and with a belief in each other that would never waver. Reaffirming love and understanding. The late afternoon sun filtered softly through the window, casting a golden glow over the room. Charlotte sat on the couch, her legs curled beneath her, a book open but forgotten in her hands. Archer was beside her, his presence a quiet comfort, as always. Their home was calm now, peaceful in a way that Charlotte had come to appreciate more and more. The turbulence of the past was behind them, but there was still a sense of weight. A weight that, instead of burdening them, had shaped their love, made it stronger. Archer turned to her, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that always seemed to ground her. It was moments like this that reminded her why she had fallen for him. not for the grand gestures or the promises of forever, but for the way he understood her, deeply, honestly. He wasn't just her partner, he was her equal, her confidant, her safe place. "Charlotte," Archer began, his voice low but steady, "I've been thinking a lot about everything we've been through, the ups, the downs. I think we've both learned a lot about ourselves and about each other." Charlotte smiled softly, her heart swelling with warmth. It had been a journey, one filled with moments of doubt and uncertainty. But it was also a journey that had brought them closer than she could have ever imagined. They had faced the storms and the sunshine, and still, they had come out stronger. "I think you're right," she replied, her voice gentle but filled with conviction. "There were times when I didn't know if we'd make it, when I didn't know if I could trust that we would get through everything. But now, I see things so differently. I've learned that love isn't about perfection. It's about understanding, about choosing each other over and over no matter what." Archer reached out, his fingers brushing lightly over hers, the touch sending a wave of warmth through her. There was no need for elaborate words. They both knew what they meant. They had faced so many hurdles together, and each one had brought them closer to the realization that love, in its truest form, was built on a foundation of understanding and acceptance. Charlotte's thoughts drifted back to the first time they had met, when everything had felt uncertain, when she had been so afraid of letting someone in. She had never imagined that she would find someone like Archer, someone who understood her without the need for words, who accepted her flaws without hesitation. He had always been patient, always willing to listen, even when she didn't have the courage to speak her heart. "Archer, do you ever think about how far we've come?" Charlotte asked, her voice soft but filled with a quiet wonder. "I mean, I remember when I couldn't even picture us getting to this point. But now I can't imagine my life without you." Archer smiled, a look of tenderness in his eyes that melted Charlotte's heart. "I think about it all the time. There were days when I didn't know if we'd make it either. But here we are, and I'm more sure of us than I've ever been. I don't think we need to be perfect, Charlotte. I don't think we need to have everything figured out. What matters is that we choose to be here, with each other, every day. And that's enough." Charlotte's breath caught in her throat, the simple truth of his words filling her with a profound sense of peace. She had spent so much of her life searching for something she couldn't quite define, but now, in this moment, she realized that she had already found it. Love wasn't about grand gestures or promises of forever. It was about the quiet moments, the small acts of understanding, the willingness to grow together, even when it was hard. "I agree," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "It's enough, us, together, and I know there will be more challenges ahead, but we'll face them. We'll face them together." Archer leaned closer, his hand finding hers again, his thumb brushing over her knuckles in a slow, soothing motion. The connection between them felt almost palpable, a bond that had been forged through everything they had endured. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't always easy, but it was theirs, and it was real. In that quiet moment, Charlotte knew something profound. That love was not about avoiding pain or struggle, but about learning to navigate them together. It was about finding joy in the small, everyday moments and holding on to each other when things got difficult. It was about choosing to love, even when the path wasn't clear. They sat together in silence for a while, the soft hum of the world outside their window providing a peaceful backdrop to their shared quiet. There was no rush, no urgency, just the comforting presence of the person who had become her everything. They didn't need to speak to know what the other was feeling. Their hearts had already found a language of their own. After some time, Archer broke the silence, his voice thoughtful. "You know, Charlotte, I think we've learned something that most people don't understand. It's not about how easy or hard things are. It's about the fact that we've always chosen each other. We've chosen to stay, to grow, and to build something real. That's what makes us stronger." Charlotte nodded, her eyes meeting his with a deep, quiet understanding. "I think that's what love really is, isn't it? It's about choosing, every single day, to stay, to grow, and to believe in each other, no matter what." Archer smiled, and in that smile, Charlotte saw everything she needed to know. The uncertainty of the past, the struggles, the doubts, they were all behind them now. What mattered was this moment. What mattered was them, together. "Forever," Archer whispered, his voice filled with a quiet certainty. Charlotte leaned in, pressing her lips to his in a soft, tender kiss. It was simple, but it was everything they had been waiting for. It was the promise of tomorrow, the promise of a future built on understanding, patience, and love. No matter what challenges lay ahead, Charlotte knew one thing for sure. They would face them together. And that was all that mattered. The rain fell relentlessly, each drop a sharp reminder of the night that was unfolding, a night that seemed to stretch beyond the confines of time, pulling everything into its dark grasp. The clock on the wall ticked methodically, but inside Charlotte's chest, her heart raced, out of sync with the passing seconds. She stood by the window, gazing out into the endless black, where the city lights blurred into pools of gold and silver under the downpour. It felt like the world had stopped just for her, as if the universe itself had paused to let her catch her breath. But she couldn't breathe. Not really. Not when the weight of the conversation she had just endured still pressed heavily on her chest. It had been a simple dinner, a casual gathering of friends, but everything had spiraled out of control in the span of seconds. Her brother, Oliver, had finally opened up, uttered the words that had been hidden beneath the surface for so long. He was gay. The room had fallen into stunned silence, and the warmth of the dinner table had been replaced by an eerie chill. Charlotte had felt it too, the tension, the unspoken words, the eyes that darted from one face to the next, uncertain of how to react. But she had been there for him. She always would be. Yet even as her brother's confession hung in the air, her father's hesitation, the disbelief in his eyes, had crushed something deep inside Charlotte. She had been angry at the man who had raised her, who had always preached family above all else. But that night, it was clear that love had limits, even in their home. And she had felt that fracture deep within her. It was a wound that hadn't fully healed, and yet she was left to figure out how to mend it, how to heal herself, and how to heal Oliver. How to be strong when every fiber of her being wanted to collapse under the weight of it all. The door behind her creaked open, and Charlotte didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Archer. She could feel his presence in the room, solid and grounding, like a storm that had passed, leaving a strange calm in its wake. His footsteps were quiet as he approached her, his broad frame appearing in her peripheral vision as he stood just behind her. His fingers grazed the small of her back, a touch meant to comfort, but it only made her more aware of the chaos swirling in her mind. "Lottie?" His voice was low, almost a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile peace that had settled between them. She didn't answer right away. The words she wanted to say caught somewhere between her heart and her throat. She wanted to tell him how the walls were closing in, how the darkness of the night felt heavier with every passing second. But there was something else. Something that clung to her soul, that kept her quiet. She didn't want to drag him into the storm of her emotions. She didn't want to be weak. But Archer wasn't one to let her retreat into herself. Not when he knew she needed him. His hand rested on her shoulder, turning her gently to face him. His expression was unreadable, but there was a softness in his eyes, a tenderness that Charlotte hadn't realized she craved until now. He didn't ask what was wrong. He didn't need to. He simply pulled her into his arms, enveloping her in his warmth. "I'm here," he said, his voice steady against the rising storm within her. "I'm right here." For a moment, Charlotte let herself lean into him, closing her eyes as she allowed the steady rhythm of his heartbeat to calm her. But the peace was fleeting, and soon the thoughts began to flood her mind again, relentless and unforgiving. How could she fix this? How could she fix a family that felt irreparably broken? Her father's words replayed in her mind, each syllable like a dagger twisting in her gut. "Are you sure? This is a big decision. I don't want your life to get harder." Harder. Wasn't that the point? The truth always made things harder. But wasn't it worth it? Didn't they deserve to live their truth? But Charlotte's father, the man who had always been her rock, had failed to see that. His hesitation had stung more than she could have imagined, and now she was left to pick up the pieces of what was left, if there was anything left at all. Archer's fingers gently traced the line of her jaw, urging her to meet his gaze. "You don't have to carry it all alone, Lottie," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, but there was a strength in it that cut through the fog of her thoughts. And that's when she realized the first real spark of clarity in the midst of the storm. She wasn't alone. Not with Archer by her side. He wasn't just some comforting presence. He was the anchor she needed, the one who wouldn't let her drown in the sea of doubt and fear. His love for her wasn't just a fleeting emotion. It was a constant, something she could rely on when the world around her seemed to be falling apart. But even with Archer there, the weight of her family's disintegration pressed heavily on her heart. She had always been the one to keep it together, to hold everything in place. But now she wasn't so sure anymore. She had tried to fix things, to make them right. But what if she couldn't? What if this was something beyond her control? Archer seemed to sense her thoughts, his hand slipping down to hers, squeezing it tightly. "We'll figure this out," he promised. "Together." Charlotte didn't know how it was all going to turn out. She didn't know how her father's wounds would heal, or if Oliver would ever feel completely accepted. But one thing she did know was this. In that moment, with Archer holding her close, she was not alone in her fight. And that was enough. For now. But as the rain continued to pour outside, and the shadows of the night seemed to stretch further into the room, Charlotte couldn't help but wonder, was this the calm before the storm? Or was it the first step towards the healing she so desperately needed? Only time would tell. The birthday party was supposed to be a light-hearted celebration, a moment of joy shared between loved ones. But as the song ended, and the room fell into an expectant silence, everything shifted. The soft glow of the kitchen lights bathed the scene in a warm golden hue, but it was a warmth that suddenly felt too heavy to bear. Oliver stood at the center, his glass raised in a shaky salute to Charlotte. He looked out at the family gathered. Around him, the same family that had always been there, always expected certain things from him. But tonight, things were different. Charlotte stood beside him, feeling the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. She had always been the one to hold Oliver up, to protect him from the world when it seemed too overwhelming. But tonight, it was her brother who needed her, and all she could do was offer her silent support. Her hand brushed against his back, a small but powerful gesture that she hoped would tell him everything she couldn't say out loud. The warmth of his body radiated through her, steadying her as much as it steadied him. Oliver cleared his throat, a nervous tremor in his voice, as he began to speak. "I have one more thing to say," he said, his words trembling like leaves in a cold wind. The silence in the room deepened, the air thick with anticipation. Charlotte could see the way his shoulders tensed, the way his hand clenched around his. Glass, as though he was fighting against the fear that had gripped him for so long. "I'm gay," he finally blurted out, the words hanging in the air like an unspoken truth finally set free. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat as her mind raced. She had always known, of course, had always been the one to see the subtle signs, the small, quiet moments where Oliver had hidden himself away. But hearing him say it aloud, in front of their family, felt like an explosion in the room. For a split second, Charlotte felt the room spin, the laughter of the birthday party fading into nothingness, leaving only the sound of her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. Her mother was the first to react, her face crumbling as she rushed forward to embrace Oliver, her arms pulling him close, the warmth of her love enveloping him like a protective shield. "Oh, baby," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so sorry you felt like you couldn't tell us." Her voice cracked with emotion, but there was nothing but unconditional love in her embrace. It was everything Oliver had needed, everything Charlotte had feared they would never give him. But then there was her father, Tim, standing back by the counter, his arms folded across his chest, his face unreadable. Charlotte's heart sank as she watched him, the unease in his posture cutting through the air. Her mother's tears seemed to make no impact on him, his silence only growing heavier. "Tim," her mother said, turning to him with an imploring gaze. "Isn't there something you want to say to your son?" It was that moment, that hesitation from their father, that Charlotte could feel the tension in the room shift. She watched her father, his face flushed, his eyes darting to Oliver and then to her mother, before he finally spoke. "I love you, Ollie," he said, his voice thick with uncertainty. "But are you sure? I mean, this is a big decision. I don't want your life to get harder." The words cut into Charlotte like a blade, and she could feel the heat rising in her chest. Her father's hesitation felt like a betrayal of the very thing he had always preached to her and Oliver. Family, above all else. Unconditional love. But here he was, questioning his son's truth, unsure of how to accept him for who he was. Before she could stop herself, Charlotte felt her body move. Her hand moved to her brother's shoulder as she stepped forward, positioning herself between Oliver and their father. Her eyes locked onto her dad's with a fire that startled even her. "How dare you?" she spat, her voice shaking with rage. "This isn't a choice, Dad. This is who Ollie is, and he can't change that. Even if he could, I wouldn't want him to. Because I love him. Don't you? Isn't that what you've always told us? Family first, no matter what." The words hung in the air, thick with defiance. The room fell into a stunned silence. Charlotte's breath came in quick, angry bursts, her eyes locked on her father's, willing him to see the truth. Her chest heaved with the weight of her words, but she didn't care. She wasn't going to let him hide behind his ignorance. Not when it came to Oliver. Not when it came to family. Her father opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. His face twisted in confusion, regret, and something Charlotte couldn't quite name. He looked like a man who had just realized the ground beneath him was slipping away. But he couldn't find the courage to reach out and steady himself. "You can say all you want that you aren't prejudiced," Charlotte continued, her voice growing steadier with each word. "But you need to reevaluate what that really means. What's the difference between other people loving who they love and our own son? If you don't support him, then you've got to be honest about that. But I'm not going to let you tear him down." The silence that followed was deafening. Charlotte stood her ground, feeling a surge of power in the pit of her stomach. For the first time, she realized that she wasn't just Oliver's little sister anymore. She wasn't just the girl who followed behind him, making sure he was okay. She was his protector. And that meant standing up for him, no matter the cost. Finally, her father spoke again, his voice small, regretful. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, rubbing his forehead as though the words pained him. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I didn't know how to react." Charlotte's gaze softened, but only for a moment. She wasn't ready to forgive him. Not yet. But Oliver, standing behind her, reached out, placing a hand on Charlotte's shoulder. She turned to him, her heart breaking when she saw the way his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It's okay, Lottie," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm okay." And in that moment, Charlotte realized that it was going to be okay. Not just for Oliver, but for their family. There would be more struggles, more challenges. But this moment had marked a shift in their family dynamic, a shift in how they saw love, how they understood acceptance. Charlotte's heart ached, but it also swelled with pride, because she had fought for her brother, and she would continue to fight for him, no matter what came next. As her father walked outside to speak to Oliver, Charlotte remained in the kitchen, her hands shaking as she tried to steady herself. She had done the right thing, but the aftermath of that confrontation still lingered in the air, like smoke after a fire. Her thoughts swirled with questions about love, about family, about the things that truly mattered. And one thing stood out above all. No matter what happened, no matter the mess they were in, she would always stand by her brother. Family was not just about blood. It was about the bonds they forged, the promises they kept, and the love they shared. Unconditional, no matter the cost. The weight of the room felt heavier than ever. The aftershock of Oliver's revelation hung in the air like thick smoke, clouding everything in its wake. Charlotte stood by the kitchen counter, her fingers absently running along the edge of the countertop, trying to steady herself. Her eyes flickered from the door where her father had walked out, to the spot where her mother had embraced Oliver, moments before. There was a strange stillness in the kitchen now, an unsettling quiet that made her heart race. Charlotte had always known her father to be a man of conviction, but this was different. His initial response to Oliver's coming out had shattered something deep within her. The moment his words had left his mouth, words that were meant to be supportive but instead were laced with hesitation, Charlotte had felt a coldness rise between them, one that she wasn't sure how to bridge. Her mind replayed her father's words over and over. "Are you sure? I don't want your life to get harder." There had been a moment of silence when Oliver's confession sank in, but then her father had broken it with that. It had been like a slap in the face. The emotional distance was so palpable Charlotte could almost taste it. It had been enough to push Oliver back into his shell, and that hurt her more than she could express. She had been so sure that her father would accept Oliver without question, that his love for his son would trump any fears or doubts. But as the minutes dragged on, and her father's absence in the room became more pronounced, Charlotte realized that the man who had taught her to always stand by family, no matter what, was struggling with something far deeper than she'd imagined. She felt the sting of betrayal sharp in her chest. It wasn't just the words her father had said. It was the hesitation in his voice. His failure to fully embrace Oliver for who he was, cut deeper than any cruel words ever could. And Charlotte couldn't help but wonder how long this feeling of disconnection had been festering. How long her father had been carrying a silent weight he had never shared with her. Her hands tightened into fists, her nails pressing into her palms. Disappointment. It curled in her gut like a dark shadow, reminding her of the times her father had promised to love them unconditionally. How could she reconcile those promises with the person standing outside, unwilling to fully accept his son? Charlotte was tired of trying to understand her father's reluctance. She wanted to believe that family was supposed to be a safe haven, a place where you didn't need to fear judgment. But now, that belief felt like it had been ripped away from her, piece by piece. As Charlotte stood there, lost in her thoughts, the sound of the back door opening broke her reverie. She didn't have to look to know it was her father. His footsteps were slow and heavy, like the weight of his emotions had seeped into his bones. He stood at the doorway, his figure silhouetted against the soft light from the hallway. Charlotte's heart pounded in her chest. She knew this conversation was coming, but she didn't feel ready for it. She wasn't sure she ever would be. "Lottie," her father's voice was hoarse, strained. He ran a hand over his face as if trying to rub away the tension. "I didn't mean for things to go that way. It's a lot to process." His voice trailed off, and for a moment, the silence between them was suffocating. Charlotte turned to face him, her eyes steady, but her heart racing with a mixture of anger and hurt. "A lot to process?" Her voice shook with frustration. "Dad, this isn't something that should require processing. This is Oliver, your son. He's been hiding part of himself for years, and you don't even seem to care that he's finally found the courage to be honest with us." Her father flinched at her words, his gaze faltering. "That's not it, Lottie," he murmured, his voice low and defensive. "It's not that I don't care about him. I never thought this was something we'd have to face. I don't know how to handle it." His voice cracked slightly, revealing the vulnerability Charlotte hadn't expected. Her father, the man who had always been her rock, was now standing before her, shaken. She could see the conflict in his eyes, the battle between his love for Oliver and his own confusion, his inability to fully accept what his son had revealed. For a moment, Charlotte's anger wavered. But then the frustration came rushing back. "You've always said we were supposed to love each other no matter what." Charlotte's voice grew louder, more forceful. "But now you're making it sound like his life is somehow harder because of who he is. That's not fair, Dad. He deserves better than that. He deserves your support, not your doubt." Her father's face softened, but his eyes remained clouded with uncertainty. "I don't know how to fix this, Charlotte," he confessed, the weight of his words pressing down on them both. "I've always tried to protect you two from the world, to keep you safe. And now it feels like the world's changing faster than I can keep up with." Charlotte's chest tightened as she heard the raw honesty in his voice. He wasn't just scared for Oliver. He was scared for himself, for the family they had built. He had never been forced to confront his own biases, his own discomfort. And now his fear had paralyzed him, leaving him standing there, uncertain of where to turn. Charlotte took a deep breath, her mind racing. Her father's struggle was his own, but she couldn't let that struggle stand in the way of what Oliver needed. She stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and met his gaze with steady eyes. "I don't need you to fix it, Dad. I need you to be there for him, just like you've always been there for me." Her voice softened with the weight of her words, her heart breaking for the man standing before her, for the pain he was too afraid to acknowledge. "You don't have to have all the answers. You just need to love him, without hesitation. He's your son, and that's all that matters." Her father looked at her, the vulnerability in his eyes deepening. He opened his mouth, as if to say something more, but the words caught in his throat. Charlotte could see the fight in him, the battle between his love for Oliver and the fear of change. It was a battle he had to fight on his own. She couldn't do it for him, but she could stand by him. And for the first time, Charlotte realized that her role in this family wasn't just to be the quiet observer, the one who always understood everyone's feelings. It was to be the voice of reason when everything else felt uncertain. As the silence stretched between them, Charlotte made her decision. She would stand up for Oliver, for her family, and for herself. This moment, this conversation, was a turning point, a realization that her own strength, her own voice, had power. And in that moment, Charlotte understood something deep within herself. She wasn't just Oliver's protector. She was her family's strength too. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't going to be quick, but they would get there, together. The night had settled into a hushed quiet, the kind of stillness that followed a storm, a moment of peace after everything had erupted. The house, once filled with tension and raised voices, now felt softer, warmer. The kitchen lights had dimmed, the noise of family members returning to their conversations fading into the background. Charlotte found herself standing alone in the corner of the living room, her mind swirling with everything that had just happened. Her father's words still lingered in the air like a bitter taste, and she couldn't shake the image of Oliver walking out the door, his face a mix of hope and hurt. But then there was Archer. His presence had been a steady force throughout the evening. From the moment he had stepped in, his hand resting gently on Oliver's shoulder, to the way he'd been there for Charlotte, always just a step behind her, offering quiet support without asking for anything in return. He wasn't the type to demand attention or draw focus. His calm was something that naturally seeped into the space around him. Charlotte had seen it before. Archer was a constant, a calm in her otherwise turbulent life. As much as she had tried to process everything on her own, his quiet presence beside her gave her a sense of stability she couldn't ignore. He never rushed her, never forced her to say things she wasn't ready to say. He simply was, steadfast, grounded, like the anchor in her stormy sea. After the confrontation with her father, Charlotte felt herself withdrawing. She hadn't been prepared for her father's hesitance, for the coldness in his eyes. The disappointment that had settled in her chest had made her retreat into herself, unwilling to confront the chaos swirling inside. But then, Archer had quietly followed her, his silent understanding a balm for the wounds her father had left open. Now, as she stood by the window, watching the flickering lights of the city outside, she felt his presence behind her, his warmth, his steady energy filling the space between them. Without a word, Archer had come to stand next to her, close enough that she could feel the comforting strength of his proximity. "You okay?" His voice was soft, low, almost a whisper against the backdrop of the night. Charlotte turned slightly, her eyes meeting his. She had grown so used to the way Archer seemed to know exactly when she needed him, without her ever having to say it out loud. He was intuitive in a way that had always fascinated her. The way he understood her moods, the way he knew when to step in and when to hold back. It was like he was in tune with her emotions, even when she couldn't find the words herself. "I don't know," she replied, her voice thick with unshed tears. I don't know if I can fix this. I thought my dad would be different, that he'd just accept it." Archer didn't immediately respond. Instead, he reached out, his hand brushing against hers. It was a small gesture, but it carried a weight that was more meaningful than any words. It was his way of letting her know that she wasn't alone in this, that no matter how heavy the burden felt, he would be there to carry it with her. "You don't have to fix it, Lottie," he said gently, his voice carrying a calmness that contrasted sharply with the storm swirling inside her. "You can't change how your dad reacts, but you can be there for your brother. And you're doing that. That's enough." Charlotte's chest tightened at his words. She wasn't used to hearing such simple truths, especially not from someone who had always been the strong, silent type. It was easy to forget that Archer's strength wasn't just in his physicality. It was in his ability to understand, to be present, without needing to be the center of attention. "I just want to make everything okay," she whispered, looking down at her hands, wringing nervously. In front of her, Archer took a step closer, his presence a grounding force. His hand gently cupped her chin, lifting her gaze back to meet his. "You don't have to make everything okay, Charlotte. You don't have to fix everything. Just be there. For your family. For yourself." There was something about the way he said it that made her feel both small and infinite at the same time. His words settled over her like a blanket, offering both comfort and clarity. In that moment, Charlotte realized that she had been so focused on trying to fix the situation that she had forgotten the most important thing. She needed to let herself feel, to let herself breathe, and to trust that the rest would come in time. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice breaking as a fresh wave of emotion washed over her. She didn't know what she would have done without him tonight. His presence was like a steadying hand, and she had come to rely on it in ways she hadn't realized until now. Archer smiled softly, his thumb brushing across her cheek. "That's what I'm here for, Lottie. You don't ever have to go through this alone." Charlotte felt a warmth spread through her chest as she leaned into his touch. His protection wasn't just physical, it was emotional. His calmness had a way of anchoring her when everything around her felt like it was falling apart. In the chaos of her family's reactions, of the pain and uncertainty that had followed Oliver's revelation, Archer had become her safe place. He was the one person she could rely on, no matter what. She closed her eyes for a moment, savoring the quiet between them. In the midst of all the turmoil, she had never realized just how much she had come to depend on Archer's presence. It wasn't just that he was there for her. It was that he knew exactly what she needed, even when she couldn't put it into words. The trust between them had deepened over time, evolving into something more than just companionship. Archer was becoming a part of her protector, her confidant, her equal. As she stood there, wrapped in the comfort of his arms, Charlotte realized that their bond was no longer just about love. It was about understanding, about vulnerability, and about knowing that no matter what, they would always have each other. "I don't know what the future holds," Charlotte said softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But I know I want you in it." Archer's expression softened, and he pulled her into him, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "We'll figure it out together." In that moment, Charlotte knew that she was no longer alone in her fight. She had Archer by her side, his love, his calm presence, his unwavering support. And as they stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of the night, she found herself thinking that maybe, just maybe, they could face anything that came their way. Together. The house had quieted, the echoes of harsh words and long silences now lingering in the corners of every room. The once vibrant kitchen, which had been filled with laughter and song only hours earlier, now felt heavy, the air thick with tension. Charlotte stood in the hallway, her fingers clenched around the edge of the railing, as she looked down into the living room. Oliver had disappeared after the confrontation with their father, retreating into a quiet place only he could find. Her father had withdrawn into himself, the weight of his words and actions pressing heavily on his shoulders. The family was fractured, and Charlotte could feel the sharp edges of that break, the rawness of the hurt they all felt. She glanced down at her phone, the message she had sent to Oliver still unread. He was shutting her out, and part of her understood why. He had always been the sensitive one, the one who had lived with the weight of secrets for so long, and now, when he had finally found the courage to reveal them, his father's cold reaction had shattered him. Charlotte's heart ached for him, for the little boy who had always looked up to her, now hiding away in the shadow of their father's disappointment. But Charlotte wasn't one to let things go unresolved. She couldn't. The silence in the house was suffocating, and she knew that if things were left as they were, it would eat away at their family from the inside. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte made her way to the living room, where her father sat on the couch, staring blankly at the wall. His shoulders were hunched, his face a mask of regret and confusion. Charlotte approached cautiously, her steps tentative as she sat down beside him. The space between them felt wide, the air thick, with unspoken words. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the weight of the moment hanging heavily in the room. "Dad," Charlotte began, her voice softer than she intended. "We can't keep doing this. We can't just pretend everything's fine when it's not." Her father didn't look at her at first. Instead, he continued staring ahead, his jaw clenched, his hands wringing together in his lap. His silence was more painful than anything he could have said. But Charlotte wasn't going to back down this time. "You've hurt him," Charlotte continued, her voice growing more resolute. Oliver is your son. He deserves your love and your support, not your judgment." Finally, her father turned to face her, his eyes red and tired. "I never meant to hurt him," he said, his voice breaking. I don't know how to process this. I've spent so many years thinking I understood him, and now everything feels like it's changing too fast. I don't know how to be the father he needs." Charlotte could hear the pain in his voice, the confusion that had plagued him ever since Oliver's confession. She knew he loved Oliver, knew that deep down, this wasn't about rejection. It was about fear of the unknown, fear of his own inadequacies. "You don't have to understand everything right away," Charlotte said gently, her hand reaching out to rest on his. "You just have to be there for him. He needs you now more than ever." Her father's eyes filled with tears as he looked down at her hand on his. "I'm scared," he admitted softly. "Scared that I've already lost him, that I've pushed him away." Charlotte's heart broke at the vulnerability in his voice. She had never seen her father like this. Broken, unsure, and desperately seeking a way to repair the damage he had done. "You haven't lost him," she reassured him, her voice steady, despite the whirlwind of emotions inside her. "But you have to apologize. You have to show him that you're willing to learn, to try. And he'll come back to you." Her father nodded slowly, as if the weight of her words had finally sunk in. He rubbed his face with his hands, his breath shaky as he exhaled. "I don't know if I can make it right. I don't know if he'll forgive me." Charlotte could hear the doubt in his voice, and it struck her deep. But she also knew that this moment was bigger than just Oliver. It was about the family, about the healing that needed to happen. They couldn't go back to what they were before, but maybe, just maybe, they could move forward. Together. "I'll talk to him," Charlotte said, standing up. "I'll make sure he knows you want to make things right." Her father looked up at her, his expression a mixture of gratitude and fear. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Charlotte smiled softly, her heart heavy but full of determination. She left her father in the living room and headed outside, her phone in her hand. She sent Oliver one more message, this time with a simple request. "Please, come home. We need to talk." The night was cool, the streets quiet as she walked to the end of the driveway. She could feel the weight of her family's brokenness in her bones, the responsibility that had fallen on her shoulders. But she wasn't afraid. Not anymore. After a few minutes, Oliver's name appeared on her screen. A single text from him. "I'm on my way." Charlotte's breath caught in her throat as relief washed over her. She didn't know how long it would take for the healing to happen, but for the first time, she felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this was the beginning of something new. Maybe they could come back from this. When Oliver finally arrived, he stood in the doorway, his face a mix of uncertainty and weariness. Charlotte could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the weight of everything he had been carrying. "Hey," she said quietly, stepping aside to let him in. "Dad wants to talk to you." Oliver hesitated, his eyes flicking to the living room. He looked at Charlotte, his face softening just a little. "Do you think he means it?" he asked quietly. Charlotte nodded, her hand gently resting on his arm. "I think he does." They walked together into the living room, where their father was waiting, sitting on the edge of the couch, his hands clasped in front of him. The silence that fell between them was thick, charged with the raw emotions that had built up over the course of the evening. Her father's voice broke the silence. "Oliver," he said softly, his voice tinged with regret. "I am so sorry for what I said earlier. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was scared. I didn't know how to handle it. But that's no excuse. I love you, son. And I'm here for you, no matter what." Oliver stood frozen for a moment, his eyes searching his father's face for any sign of sincerity. Charlotte watched as he slowly nodded, his shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. "I need time," Oliver said quietly, his voice raw, but I'll try to trust you again." The words weren't a complete forgiveness, but they were a step toward healing, a step toward rebuilding the bridge that had been shattered. Charlotte stood silently by their side, her heart swelling with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. She had done it. She had helped bring them together. But now, as she looked at her family, broken but still here, she realized that healing wasn't a one-time fix. It would take time. It would take patience. But for the first time in a long while, Charlotte felt hopeful. Her family was beginning to heal. And maybe, just maybe, they could find their way back to each other. The evening was a soft blend of light and warmth. The kitchen, once filled with the harshness of tension, now buzzed with the quiet hum of conversation, laughter, and the clinking of glasses. Charlotte stood by the window, gazing out at the moonlit night. The cool air kissed her cheeks, but it wasn't the chill of the past. It was the coolness of change, of something new beginning. The weight that had hung over her family all day was lifting, and as she looked around at the people she loved, she felt an undeniable sense of peace settling within her. This birthday, so different from the ones before, had become a symbol of everything they had overcome. A year ago, she might have imagined this celebration to be nothing more than another routine gathering, a simple birthday filled with presents, cake, and fleeting joy. But tonight, it was something more. It was the moment when things had begun to change, when the fractured pieces of their family, so long hidden away, had started to heal. Charlotte couldn't help but think back on how far they had come. From the painful silence to the raw vulnerability of her father's apology and the soft smiles between Oliver and him, this night had become a turning point. She turned back to the party, her gaze lingering on Oliver and her father, who were now sitting together, their heads leaning toward each other, speaking softly. The tension between them had melted away, leaving behind something fragile but real, a chance for healing, for connection, for understanding. It wasn't a perfect resolution, but it was a start. Charlotte's heart swelled as she saw Oliver's eyes brighten, his smile returning in a way that it hadn't in what felt like years. He was slowly coming to terms with his identity, with the love and acceptance that was long overdue. There was still a long road ahead, but tonight they could breathe again. The sound of laughter drew Charlotte's attention to her mother, who had taken over the kitchen once again. She had a kind of glow about her that Charlotte hadn't seen in a while, an ease that came from knowing her family was beginning to find its footing once more. The plates were stacked high, and the food, though simple, was a comforting reminder of the closeness they had once shared. Charlotte's mother caught her eye and smiled softly, offering a quiet nod of acknowledgement, the unspoken bond between them stronger than any words could express. Charlotte returned the smile, feeling the weight of the past few days ease a little more with every passing moment. Archer appeared at her side, slipping an arm around her waist and pulling her gently toward him. His touch was steady, a constant presence in her life. Charlotte leaned into him, finding solace in his embrace as she continued to watch her family. Her heart full yet aching with the realization that this was a pivotal moment. There was no grand declaration, no sudden transformation, but there was something deeper. The growth, the change, the slow acceptance that had taken root in every conversation, every gesture, every touch. "I can't believe it's your birthday," Archer murmured softly, his lips brushing the top of her head. "You're all grown up, huh?" Charlotte laughed quietly, the sound of it soft and genuine. "I guess I am." Her fingers brushed against his, the warmth of his hand anchoring her in the present. She had never imagined a birthday like this one that would be so full of emotional significance. It wasn't just about the celebration. It was about the people in her life, the ones she loved, and the way they had all changed together. "I'm glad I'm here," Archer said, his voice low. "I'm glad I get to be part of this with you." Her heart fluttered at his words, and for the first time, she allowed herself to acknowledge the quiet truth she had been carrying for so long. Archer had become more than just a partner. He had become a part of her family, someone she could trust, someone who understood her in a way that no one else could. Their relationship, once marked by uncertainty, was evolving into something deeper, something real. And she was ready for it. As the night wore on, Charlotte found herself caught between the two worlds that had always felt separate. The world of her family, with all its complexities and wounds, and the world she was building with Archer. They were both pieces of who she was, and she had spent so much of her life trying to reconcile them. But tonight, it was no longer a struggle. She could be the daughter, the sister, the protector, and the lover, all at once. Each role was woven together, forming the fabric of her identity. It was a beautiful mess, but it was hers. Her gaze shifted back to Oliver, who was now sitting beside their father, his hand resting on his father's arm. He was still unsure, still processing the emotions of the day, but there was something in the way he sat, the way he looked at his family, that told Charlotte he was starting to heal. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't instant, but it was happening. They were moving forward. Charlotte's phone buzzed in her pocket, and she pulled it out to see a message from her best friend, Madeline. "Happy birthday, Charlotte. You're doing great. I'm proud of you. Can't wait to celebrate with you when you're free." Charlotte smiled, a warmth spreading through her as she read the message. The words weren't just a congratulatory note. They were a reminder of how far she had come, not just in her family's journey, but in her own. She had spent so much of her life feeling lost, like she didn't fit anywhere. But now, she was beginning to understand that she did fit, right here, in this moment, with the people who loved her. She had always been enough. Archer leaned down, kissing her temple softly. "You okay?" he asked, his voice filled with quiet concern. Charlotte nodded, her heart full, her mind at peace. "Yeah, I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. I think this is a new beginning for all of us." He smiled, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. "I think so too." The night continued on with laughter and chatter, the weight of the past finally lifting from their shoulders. Charlotte watched her family, her father, her brother, her mother, And she realized that despite all their flaws, despite the hurt and the struggles, they were still her family. They were still here, still fighting to make it work. And that, she realized, was something worth celebrating. As the candles flickered on her cake, casting a soft glow across the room, Charlotte made a wish. It wasn't for anything specific, not for a perfect future, or for everything to fall into place. It was a wish for peace, for understanding, for love, and for the courage to keep moving forward, no matter what came next. The wish was simple, but in its simplicity, it held everything she had learned over the past few days. Change was hard. Healing took time. But with love, with family, and with the right people by your side, it was always worth it. As the evening stretched into the quiet hours of the night, Charlotte found herself alone in the dimly lit living room, the weight of the day slowly beginning to settle. The laughter and chatter of the birthday celebration still lingered in the background, but she needed a moment to breathe, to think, to be. Archer had excused himself earlier, stepping outside to grab a drink and give Charlotte some space. She took a seat on the couch, her legs tucked underneath her, gazing out the window at the city lights beyond. It had been a night of emotional highs and lows, of family healing and new beginnings. But Charlotte was still processing everything. Her father's apology, Oliver's bravery, her own newfound role as a protector. It was a lot to take in. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard the soft creak of the door. Archer entered, carrying 2 glasses of wine, a small, thoughtful smile playing at the corner of his lips. He didn't need to say anything. His presence alone was calming. He knew she needed some quiet time, but he also knew she wasn't quite done sorting through her feelings. "Figured we could use a little bit of peace," he said, settling down beside her on the couch and handing her a glass. The faint scent of his cologne lingered in the air, familiar and comforting. He'd always been the steady one in their relationship, calm, grounded, and a source of quiet strength. Charlotte took a sip of the wine, letting it settle in her mouth for a moment, before meeting his gaze. "Thanks," she said softly, the words carrying more meaning than the simple gesture might imply. Archer leaned back into the cushions, his arm casually draped across the back of the couch, his hand resting just above her shoulder. "You okay?" he asked, his voice low and gentle, the same way he always spoke to her when he knew something was on her mind. Charlotte took another sip of her wine, staring into the glass as she mulled over how to respond. The truth was, she wasn't sure if she was okay. She wasn't sure what okay even looked like anymore. "I don't know," she finally admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought today would be easier, but I'm still processing everything." Archer's expression softened, and he reached over, gently taking her hand in his. The warmth of his touch grounded her, as it always did. But tonight it seemed to offer more than comfort. It was reassurance. They had come so far, together, and yet there was still so much left unsaid, so much to figure out. "I know," he replied, his thumb brushing across her knuckles. "It's a lot. But you've done more for your family today than most people would in a lifetime. You've been their strength, their voice, even when it was hard." Charlotte looked up at him then, her heart swelling with gratitude. She didn't often allow herself to admit how much she leaned on him, how much his presence in her life had become a lifeline. He had always been there, even when she hadn't known she needed him. But there was more to it now. She had changed, her heart had shifted, and so had her understanding of who they were together. "I don't know what I would have done without you tonight," she said, her voice barely audible. "You've always been so calm, so sure of yourself, and I've always felt like I was just trying to hold it all together. But I can't do it on my own. I'm not strong all the time." Archer's grip on her hand tightened, and he turned his head slightly to look at her, his gaze piercing and full of understanding. "You're stronger than you give yourself credit for," he said, his voice low but firm. "You've been holding everything together for so long. Maybe it's time you let someone help carry the weight." Charlotte felt a lump form in her throat at his words. It wasn't often that she allowed herself to be vulnerable in front of him, or anyone for that matter. But tonight, with everything that had happened, she found herself unable to keep the wall she'd built so high for so long. "I'm scared," she admitted, her voice shaking slightly. "Scared of what's next, scared of losing them again, scared of everything. I don't know how to fix this, how to make things right with my dad or with Oliver. They're my family, but I feel like I'm losing them, Archer. I don't know how to navigate this new version of us." Archer didn't speak at first, just sitting quietly, letting her words sink in. Then, with deliberate care, he shifted closer to her, his body brushing against hers. He leaned his head against hers, his voice warm as he spoke. "You don't have to fix everything, Charlotte. Not by yourself, and you don't have to have it all figured out right now. You're allowed to be unsure, to be scared. You're allowed to not have all the answers." Her breath caught in her throat as he spoke, his words wrapping around her like a blanket of understanding. For once, she didn't feel like she had to be everything for everyone. Archer wasn't asking her to be the strong one, the perfect daughter, the perfect sister. He was simply offering his love, his strength, and most importantly, his willingness to stand by her no matter what. She looked up at him, her eyes a little misty. "And what about you?" she whispered. "What if I can't give you what you need? What if I can't be enough?" Archer smiled softly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "You're more than enough, Charlotte. You're exactly what I need." His voice was quiet, but there was no doubt in his words. "I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to be you. The you I fell in love with. And I'll love you through all the messy, beautiful, confusing parts." For a moment, they simply sat there, wrapped in the comfort of each other's presence, the world outside fading into the background. In that quiet space, Charlotte allowed herself to feel something she had been denying for so long: peace. It was the kind of peace she hadn't known she was missing, the kind that came from surrendering to someone else, from trusting in something bigger than herself. And with Archer, she felt like she could do just that. The silence between them shifted, and Archer's lips curled into a playful smile. "You know," he said, breaking the tension with a light-hearted tone, "you still haven't told me how sexy you look tonight." Charlotte's laughter bubbled up, and she playfully nudged him with her shoulder. "You're insufferable," she teased, but her heart fluttered at his words. They'd shared so many tender moments like this before, but now it felt different, lighter, more genuine. "I'm serious," he pressed, his voice turning more teasing. "You looked so good, I couldn't take my eyes off you. I think I might need to show you just how much you mean to me." Charlotte's eyes widened in surprise, and before she could respond, Archer leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. His hands cupped her face gently, his kiss full of warmth and affection. It wasn't hurried or urgent. It was the kind of kiss that spoke volumes of everything they had been through, everything they had become together. When they pulled away, Charlotte's heart raced, and she smiled up at him, her cheeks flushed. "You always know how to make me feel better," she whispered. Archer's eyes softened as he gazed at her, his hand tracing her jawline. "That's because I know you better than anyone else. And I'll keep learning, keep loving, and keep being here no matter what." In that moment, Charlotte felt everything she had been searching for: connection, love, and the strength to face whatever came next. The relationship they had was still evolving, but she had no doubt that together they could navigate any storm that came their way. And for the first time in a long while, she felt like she was exactly where she was meant to be. The thumping, bass from the college party echoed down the hallway as Charlotte stood at the threshold, taking in the scene before her. Archer's hand rested gently on her back, a quiet reassurance amidst the chaos. The house was packed, with dozens of people milling about, laughing, shouting over the music, and spilling drinks that threatened to coat the floor in sticky sweetness. The door swung open. The heat of bodies and the scent of cheap beer and cologne hit her, the sharp contrast to the calm of her earlier evening. This wasn't the cozy, intimate space she was accustomed to. This was the world Archer inhabited. The world of football, where status and reputation seemed to weigh just as heavily as friendships. The football team had claimed the place, their presence like an invisible force pulling the crowd into a kind of orbit. Charlotte took a deep breath. This was new territory for her, and though she'd spent time with Archer in different settings, tonight felt different. She wasn't just here as his girlfriend. She was entering a world that seemed a little too big for her. A world of jocks, game day rivalries, and an unspoken hierarchy that she knew little about. Archer led her through the crowded space, his broad frame parting the sea of bodies with ease. Charlotte followed him, her steps faltering slightly as she adjusted to the overwhelming noise and energy. She wasn't sure what to expect, but the wild abandon of the party contrasted sharply with her more introverted nature. The constant movement, the never-ending chatter, and the way people seemed to exist solely for the thrill of the night. It felt like an entirely different universe. Her eyes flicked to the group of football players clustered around the living room, their laughter boisterous, their gestures exaggerated as they drank, played games, and engaged in light-hearted trash talk. Archer waved at a few teammates, their faces lighting up as they recognized him. He introduced Charlotte with a grin, his hand resting possessively around her waist. "Guys, this is Charlotte, my girlfriend," Archer said, his voice carrying a note of pride. The guys all greeted her in various ways, some with a flirtatious wink, others with boisterous handshakes. It was clear that they knew who she was, but she was also beginning to realize that her role in this world was still being defined. Charlotte gave a polite smile as she shook hands with a few of the players, noting the familiar but sharp undertone of competition in their glances. It wasn't just that they were sizing her up. It was as if she was being tested, just like Archer. There was an unspoken rule in this world, she realized. It wasn't about how much you knew about the sport, or how smart you were, but how well you fit into the dynamic, how easily you could slip into the rhythm of the game without disturbing the flow. She was a newcomer, and though Archer's presence softened the blow, she could feel the weight of judgment in the air. She turned her attention back to Archer, noticing how effortlessly he slid into the banter with his teammates. His natural charisma and confidence shone through, and Charlotte couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for how he seemed so comfortable here, in a way that she was still trying to understand. As the night wore on, Charlotte found herself slowly pulled into the game of socializing. She joked with some of the players, teasing them about their over-the-top celebrations after every touchdown, laughing at their exaggerated stories of their college years. There was a lightness to the air, but beneath it, Charlotte could feel the underlying tension, an energy that pulsed through the crowd like a silent current. Her interactions with the other women were equally telling. Some of them were friendly, genuinely curious about who she was, while others seemed more guarded. The women who were most welcoming had a laid-back ease to them, their presence more natural than forced. Others, though, exuded a kind of silent competition, as if they were silently measuring her against the unspoken standards of the football world. Charlotte felt a flicker of insecurity, a momentary hesitation. Was she supposed to be the cool girlfriend? The one who easily blended in and made friends effortlessly? Was she meant to compete for attention in this loud, competitive space? It wasn't who she was, but for a moment she wondered if she had to be someone else to fit in, to keep up with the world Archer lived in. Her thoughts were interrupted when a few of the women gathered around her, chatting about upcoming parties and football games. One of them, a blonde named Kelly, leaned in a little too close and asked with a sly grin, "So, how does it feel to be dating the Archer Johnson? I mean, the guy is a total catch." Charlotte raised an eyebrow, unsure if the question was genuine or a bit of a challenge. She gave a soft laugh, feeling the weight of the question settle in her chest. "He's great. You know, just a normal guy," she replied, the words tasting unfamiliar on her tongue. It wasn't entirely untrue, but she had to remind herself that her relationship with Archer wasn't defined by the way others saw him. Kelly smirked, clearly unimpressed by Charlotte's response, but then changed the subject, moving to another topic about upcoming tailgate events. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief, the weight of her insecurity momentarily lifting. As the evening progressed, Charlotte's initial discomfort faded, replaced by a more settled feeling. She found herself laughing and engaging with the others more naturally, slowly letting go of her self-imposed pressure to fit in. This wasn't her world, at least not yet, but it was Archer's. And for him, she would make the effort, would navigate the challenges and awkward moments. But as the night went on, Charlotte found herself reflecting on how far she had come. She hadn't expected to be swept up in the whirlwind of college football culture, but she had also realized something important. She didn't have to change herself to be with Archer. She could navigate this world, learn from it, and still stay true to who she was. It was about finding a balance, a middle ground where she could stand beside him in this world while still remaining anchored in her own identity. As the music grew louder and the laughter louder, Charlotte looked over at Archer, who was in the middle of a heated debate with one of his teammates about the best football plays. His eyes met hers, and he shot her a quick grin, as if to say, "You're doing just fine." For the first time that night, Charlotte smiled genuinely. Yes, this was new. Yes, it was intimidating at times. But as long as she had Archer by her side, she knew she could navigate whatever this world threw her way. This was her journey too, just as much as it was his, and she was ready to face it head-on with no apologies. The flashing lights of the party continued to pulse, the music growing louder with every passing minute, and Charlotte found herself retreating slightly into the background. Archer was still surrounded by his teammates, laughing and bantering. With them, like he always did, the centerpiece of every conversation. It wasn't hard to see why. They loved him, admired him, and his easy confidence made him seem untouchable. Charlotte stood by the edge of the room, a soft drink in hand, watching the group from a distance. It wasn't that she felt left out. Archer had made sure she was welcomed, introduced her to the people she didn't know, and smiled at her every time their eyes met. But tonight, in this sea of people, with their loud laughter and exaggerated stories, Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling of being an outsider in this world. She had always been the quiet one, the introspective one, and as she looked at Archer's world, she wondered if she truly belonged. The pressure to perform, to be the perfect girlfriend, loomed over her. She could feel it every time someone complimented her on how lucky Archer was to have her. The way their eyes swept over her, taking in her clothes, her smile, her every gesture as if judging whether she fit the mold of what they expected his girlfriend to be. Was she the cool girlfriend? The one who could laugh off the jocks' jokes, who knew how to blend in with the team and their rowdy energy? Or was she just another accessory, a part of the scene, a trophy to be displayed beside the quarterback? Deep sense of discomfort twisted in Charlotte's chest. Archer's world was so different from her own. She wasn't used to this fast-paced, high-energy, attention-grabbing lifestyle. She had spent so much of her life quietly observing, forming her own opinions and beliefs, walking at her own pace. But now, here she was, in the thick of it all, surrounded by loud personalities, and even louder opinions. For a moment, Charlotte felt like a stranger in her own skin. It was as if the person she was, the one who cherished quiet moments and deep conversations, was slipping away, lost in a world that didn't seem to value that side of her. She thought about the conversations she had with her friends back home, the ones that meant something. These conversations here, while fun, felt shallow, temporary. She could feel her sense of identity slipping under the weight of the social pressure to conform. The internal dialogue that plagued her was becoming increasingly difficult to silence. Do I have to change to fit in here? She wondered. Should I be like them, loud, confident, and carefree? Should I embrace this world if I'm with Archer? She knew she didn't want to lose herself in the process, but she also didn't want to feel like an outsider in his life. Archer had been so easygoing about everything. He belonged here naturally. But for her, the weight of expectation was heavier. Every glance from the others, every whisper in the corner, made Charlotte feel like she was being scrutinized. Was she good enough for this life? Was she fitting the mold of the ideal football girlfriend? Or was she too quiet, too introspective, too herself to truly belong in this world? She could feel herself doubting. Was she just a side note to their world of parties and victories? Or was she truly a part of Archer's life in a way that mattered? The pressure was palpable. It was unspoken, but it lingered in the air. Everyone was watching. Everyone had an opinion. And somewhere deep down, Charlotte realized she was still searching for validation. Validation that she belonged. Validation that she was doing this right. Not just for Archer, but for herself. She had always been independent, sure. But tonight, she found herself wanting to be more than that. Wanting to be enough. Wanting to prove to herself that she could do this. That she could be both the girl who belonged in Archer's world and the girl who stayed true to her own. Her thoughts were interrupted as a group of girls approached her, all with smiles plastered on their faces. They had been watching her from afar, and now they circled around her, eager to engage her in conversation. They complimented her outfit, commented on how adorable she and Archer were together, and gushed about the upcoming game. Charlotte smiled politely, but there was an edge to the interaction that she couldn't ignore. They weren't unkind, far from it. But Charlotte could sense the underlying competition, the hidden layers beneath their sweet words. They were sizing her up, determining her worth in Archer's world. She couldn't help but wonder if they saw her as the girl who just happened to land the star quarterback, or if they genuinely respected her as her own person. It was a thought that stuck in her mind, making her stomach twist in knots. "Yeah, I'm just getting used to everything," she said, trying to sound casual, but the weight of the words felt too real. "It's a big change, but I'm learning." One of the girls, a blonde with a radiant smile, grinned at her. "You'll get the hang of it. Just remember, it's all about confidence. You've got to know how to work the room." Charlotte nodded, the advice ringing hollow in her ears. Confidence. Was that all it took? Was that the key to fitting in here, to becoming someone who could thrive in this environment? Was that the key to her own happiness here, to truly feel like she belonged? She smiled again, but this time, the smile didn't feel quite so natural. The words they'd said earlier lingered in her mind. "You've got to work the room." It was as if she had to perform, to mold herself into the version of herself that others wanted to see. The idea of losing herself in the process left a bitter taste in her mouth. As the conversation wound down and the girls dispersed to mingle with others, Charlotte felt a deep sense of fatigue wash over her. She realized how much she had been holding back, how much she had been trying to fit in. It wasn't about the people at the party. It was about her own sense of self. She had let herself be influenced by the energy around her, by the expectations of others, and she wasn't sure if she could keep pretending. Looking over at Archer, she saw him talking to one of his teammates, laughing and at ease. He looked up, meeting her gaze, and smiled that familiar smile that made her heart skip a beat. For a brief moment, she forgot the weight of the world around her. It was just them, and she realized he wasn't asking her to be someone else. He had never asked her to change, to conform. She had placed that pressure on herself, and in that quiet realization, Charlotte understood. She didn't need to prove anything to anyone. She didn't need validation from others. She just needed to be herself, to trust in her relationship with Archer, and to understand that her identity wasn't defined by the people around her, but by who she truly was. She smiled back at him, and for the first time that night, it felt genuine. She was enough, just as she was. As the night stretched on and the party continued in full swing, Charlotte stood tall, finding a quiet corner to reflect on everything. She was no longer seeking approval. She was embracing her own path, and in doing so, her place in Archer's world was becoming clearer. She belonged, not because she fit in, but because she was authentically herself. Charlotte found herself in a familiar, yet unfamiliar place, surrounded by laughter, familiar faces, and the easy camaraderie of her friends. The party was winding down, and as the noise of conversation and music started to fade, she could feel the warmth of connection around her. It wasn't the chaotic energy of the football world, nor the heavy emotions that had defined her family's struggles in recent weeks. Instead, it was the kind of comfort that came from being with people who knew her best, people who had supported her for years, and now, people who were helping her find herself in the face of all the new changes in her life. Madeline, her closest friend, had been by her side through everything. They had weathered the storms of high school together, laughed at each other's awkward moments, and consoled each other through heartache. There was a bond between them that was unshakable, a sense of familiarity that felt like coming home. Even in the midst of this whirlwind of new experiences, Charlotte found herself seeking comfort in Madeline's easy presence. The two of them stood in the corner of the room, away from the football players who had begun to indulge in a heated debate about the latest game stats. Madeline was sipping her drink, and Charlotte was leaning against the wall, both of them watching the scene unfold with amusement. Charlotte felt a rare moment of peace, like the world outside her had momentarily stopped spinning. "You're quiet tonight," Madeline remarked, arching an eyebrow as she looked at her friend. Charlotte offered a small smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Just thinking." "About what?" Madeline asked, nudging her shoulder playfully. Charlotte took a deep breath, then sighed. "About everything, I guess. Archer's world, my family, trying to figure out where I fit into all of this. I don't know, it's just a lot." Madeline gave her a sympathetic look. "It's a lot to take in. But, you've got me. You always have me. We'll figure this out together." The sincerity in Madeline's voice made Charlotte's chest tighten. In a world where everything felt so uncertain, Madeline was her anchor, the one constant she could count on. "I don't know how I'd do this without you," Charlotte confessed softly. "You make it all seem easier." Madeline chuckled and took a dramatic sip from her drink. "That's what friends are for. Besides, someone's got to keep you sane, right?" Charlotte smiled, the weight on her shoulders lifting slightly. There was something so grounding about Madeline's presence. It wasn't about the superficial aspects of life. It was the deep understanding they shared. They didn't need to explain every thought or feeling. They just knew. As the night went on, Charlotte found herself connecting with others as well. There was a girl from one of Archer's classes, Quinn, who had initially made Charlotte feel like an outsider. At first, Charlotte wasn't sure if Quinn was just being polite or genuinely interested in getting to know her. But tonight, the conversation had turned easy and comfortable. They found themselves laughing over shared experiences, joking about their mutual struggle to understand football lingo, and even bonding over some of the quirks they both shared. "Seriously, I still don't get the whole quarterback sneak thing," Quinn laughed, mimicking a confused expression. Charlotte joined in, feeling a wave of warmth spread through her. "I think I've finally given up trying to understand. I just cheer when everyone else does, and it works." Quinn chuckled. "That's what I do too. I'm pretty sure Archer just wants someone to cheer for him, even if I have no idea what's going on." The lightness of the conversation was a sharp contrast to the emotional weight Charlotte had been carrying. She realized how rare it was to just laugh, without thinking, without worrying. It felt good to let go, even for just a moment. As the conversation turned to more personal matters, Charlotte felt herself opening up. It was easier with people who didn't have the complicated history she shared with her family. Here, she didn't have to explain her relationship with Archer or the struggles her family was facing. She didn't need to perform or act a certain way. She could just be herself. The simplicity of these connections felt like a balm for her soul. Later, when she found herself sitting with Madeline and Quinn, the group's laughter reverberating through the room, Charlotte realized how much she had grown. She wasn't the same girl she had been a few months ago, back when everything felt so uncertain. She had learned that friendship wasn't just about finding people who made you feel good. It was about finding people who truly saw you, accepted you for who you were, and supported you through the hard times. And that acceptance was what made the difference. With Archer, it was easy to get caught up in the expectations of the world around them, his world of football and fame. But here, in this small circle, there were no expectations. There was no pressure to conform, no need to fit into anyone else's mold. It was just people being people. It was enough. Charlotte realized that she could bring all of herself into these relationships, and that felt liberating. As the night continued and the conversation shifted, Charlotte found herself reflecting on the dynamics of her friendships. She had always been someone who kept a small circle, carefully nurturing the relationships that mattered most. But tonight, she felt the pull of new connections, relationships that weren't bound by old patterns or expectations. These were the friendships she had chosen for herself, and they were already shaping who she was becoming. She looked at Madeline, who had been there through everything, and then at Quinn, a new friend who had quickly become someone she could rely on. It wasn't about the number of friends you had. It was about the quality, the depth of those bonds. "I don't know what I would do without you two," Charlotte said, her voice quiet but full of meaning. Madeline smiled warmly, wrapping an asa, arm around Charlotte's shoulders. "We're in this together, always." And in that moment, Charlotte realized just how true that was. She wasn't alone, not in the ways that truly mattered. She had her friends. She had people who supported her and who she could lean on, people who saw her for who she truly was, not for the roles she played or the expectations placed on her. With that realization, Charlotte felt a new sense of belonging, not just in Archer's world or her family, but within herself. Her friendships were a reflection of the strength she had found in others, and the strength she had found within herself. As the night came to a close and she walked out of the party, surrounded by the laughter of her friends, Charlotte understood that the journey of growth and self-discovery was never solitary. It was one she would continue with the people who mattered most, moving forward together. Charlotte sat by the window, the late afternoon sun casting a soft glow over the city as she gazed out at the skyline. The world was alive with possibilities, and yet, it felt like she was standing at the edge of a new chapter, unsure of where it would take her, but ready to embrace whatever came next. The weight of the past few months, the emotional upheaval and the changes in her life, still lingered, but now, they didn't feel like burdens. They were lessons, scars that had healed and taught her something deeper about herself and the people around her. As she sat there, reflecting on her journey with Archer, her family, and her friends, Charlotte couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet pride. She had come so far. The girl who once struggled to find her voice, to navigate the complexities of her relationships, had grown into someone more confident, more self-aware. She had faced challenges head-on, stood up for what she believed in, and had started to carve out a path that felt true to who she was. Archer had been there every step of the way. His presence in her life had been a steady force, a grounding element that helped her find balance in a world that often felt chaotic. He had supported her, not just in the big moments, but in the quiet ones too, the ones where they simply sat together, letting the weight of their unspoken thoughts fill the space between them. His love had been a constant source of strength. But it wasn't just about the way he made her feel. It was about how he challenged her to grow, to be her most authentic self. With Archer, she had learned that love wasn't about perfection. It was about acceptance, understanding, and the willingness to evolve together. But it wasn't just Archer who had helped her evolve. Her family, despite the struggles they had faced, had become a source of healing. Watching her father finally come to terms with Oliver's truth, witnessing the fragile but powerful reconciliation between them, had opened Charlotte's eyes to the power of unconditional love. She had never imagined that her father could change, could open his heart to someone so different from what he had expected. But he had, and in doing so, he had shown Charlotte that growth was possible, even in the most unexpected of places. It had also shown her the importance of forgiveness and the value of standing up for what mattered. Her relationship with Oliver had evolved as well. They were no longer the same siblings they had been before. They had weathered storms together, fought battles in silence, and now they stood side by side, stronger than ever. Charlotte had always been protective of Oliver, but now, more than ever, she recognized the beauty of their bond. They had both grown, in different ways, and yet, they had found a way to understand each other even more deeply. Charlotte's heart swelled with pride for the man her brother was becoming, and she knew that no matter what the future held, they would continue to navigate it together. And then there were her friends, Madeline, Quinn, and all the others who had shown her that friendship wasn't about fitting into a mold, but about embracing each other's quirks, flaws, and strengths. She had been through so much with Madeline, and now, with the addition of new friendships, Charlotte had a renewed sense of belonging. She no longer felt like an outsider, caught between different worlds. She realized that these relationships, her friendships, were the ones that grounded her, that reminded her of who she truly was, beyond the roles she played in other people's lives. Charlotte leaned back, her fingers absently tracing the edge of her coffee cup as she reflected on all of this. The changes had been monumental. The challenges had been difficult, but she had come out stronger on the other side. Yet, she knew the journey wasn't over. There was still so much ahead of her, so many more lessons to learn, so many more relationships to navigate. The future was an open book, and for the first time in a long time, Charlotte felt ready to write her own story. She considered the direction her life would take. There were still questions about what she wanted to do with her career, how she would balance the demands of her personal life with the expectations of the world around her. She knew that she couldn't rely on Archer's world or her family's expectations to define her. She had to carve out her own path, one that felt right for her. She had always struggled with this, wanting to please everyone, to fit into every mold that was expected of her. But now, she understood that true fulfillment would only come when she embraced who she was, without apologies. The path ahead would require courage. Courage to face the unknown, to embrace the changes that were coming, and to continue to grow in ways she hadn't yet imagined. But she was ready for it. She had already taken so many steps, had already overcome so much that she knew she could handle whatever challenges came her way. And no matter what, she would have Archer by her side, supporting her, loving her, and pushing her to be the best version of herself. Charlotte smiled softly to herself. There was a quiet excitement bubbling up inside her, a feeling that she couldn't quite put into words. It was a sense of possibility, of anticipation for what the future held. She had no illusions about the road ahead. There would be struggles. There would be moments of doubt. But there would also be love, growth, and new beginnings. The future was an unknown. But for the first time in her life, Charlotte wasn't afraid of it. She wasn't afraid of what lay ahead. Because she knew that with love, with the support of her family and friends, and with the strength she had cultivated within herself, she was ready to face whatever came next. The chapter was turning. A new beginning was on the horizon, and Charlotte was prepared to embrace it.